It will be a little.
Welcome to the 2025 Virtual Autism Symposium in honor of World Autism Awareness Month, brought to you by Autism Wonders and our value partners. Join us live on April 26th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, as we dive into uniting perspective and bridging knowledge with live experience. This multidisciplinary dialogue brings together global experts from Ghana, Nigeria, the U.S., India, the U.K., and Canada, many of whom are also parents of autistic children, to discuss the latest advancement and ongoing challenges in autism care. Don't miss this insightful event stream across Autism Wonders social media platforms and those of our partners.
Hello, welcome everybody. We will be right back. Please bear with us, our listeners. Okay, so guys, we can still chat. I put on "we'll be right back" so they know we are live. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, and I think they can also hear you.
Oh, hold on 1 second.
Oh no, the live. Oh, I don't know. It's still showing.
It's a delay. It's a little delay. So whatever it is that you are seeing on live is not. So check right now for me.
Let me go into the Facebook.
I have to do the Instagram right now because I couldn't do that ahead of time. So bear with us.
Are you able to mute?
Yes, there's a mute button right there.
Because I can hear everything you're saying on live too. When you said you have to do the Instagram, I could.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Okay,
that's fine.
I see that my video's not working on live. Dr. Amatu, are you able to see me live?
Oh, sorry. The be right back thing is what is showing. But I'm trying to,
because I've logged onto Facebook, but I see that my part is like uploading.
Oh,
my little blurb.
Well, let me go into. I've not gone to. I'm trying to get into the Facebook.
I'm working on Instagram right now, guys.
Okay. Are you able to see who's watching?
It says live on the top there.
Dora is watching. Okay.
Oh. For me, it's saying starting soon.
So our listeners, please bear with us. We are trying to resolve some few technical issues right now. So please bear with us if you're hearing us.
I hear myself.
All right, let's go here. Okay. There we go.
It's still saying, for me, I don't know, my own Facebook is saying starting soon. I don't understand.
Oh, live is not. So check right now for me.
Okay, so.
Live is not. So check right now for me.
So.
Live is not. So check right now for me.
So everything we're saying would still be live. Even if we're in interlude, we have to always mute. mute our mics.
Hold on here. Okay, so connect to streaming. Okay.
Okay, so I do see that we actually have the option to add our slides and share our slides. Do you want that, or you want to still do this share?
Well, if because of tech, it's not everybody that can do that at the spot like that. So I would be more than happy to do this that part, and then we would take it from there. Because it's not everybody, Dr. Amachi, that can do that. You know what I mean?
Yes, I get it.
Welcome to the 2025 Virtual Autism Symposium in honor of World Autism Awareness Month, brought to you by Autism Wonders and our value partners. Join us live on April 26th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, as we dive into uniting perspective and bridging knowledge with live experience. This multidisciplinary dialogue brings together global experts from Ghana, Nigeria, the U.S., India, the U.K., and Canada, many of whom are also parents of autistic children, to discuss the latest advancement and ongoing challenges in autism care. Don't miss this insightful event stream across Autism Wonders social media platforms and those of our partners.
We're still having issue with Instagram, but we are live on YouTube, Facebook. So I guess we will proceed and then, try to see how we can best resolve the issue with Instagram as we move forward. Please bear with us, our listeners. We are here. We're trying to make it work for everybody.
Welcome to the 2025 Virtual Autism Symposium in honor of World Autism Awareness Month, brought to you by Autism Wonders and our value partners. Join us live on April 26th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, as we dive into uniting perspective and bridging knowledge with live experience. This multidisciplinary dialogue brings together global experts from Ghana, Nigeria, the U.S., India, the U.K., and Canada, many of whom are also parents of autistic children, to discuss the latest advancement and ongoing challenges in autism care. Don't miss this insightful event stream across Autism Wonders social media platforms and those of our partners.
Live. All right. Let's see. Okay. All right. Let's see what we have here today. Okay.
Welcome to the 2025 Virtual Autism Symposium in honor of World Autism Awareness Month, brought to you by Autism Wonders and our value partners. Join us live on April 26th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, as we dive into uniting perspective and bridging knowledge with live experience. This multidisciplinary dialogue brings together global experts from Ghana, Nigeria, the U.S., India, the UK, and Canada, many of whom are also parents of autistic children, to discuss the latest advancement and ongoing challenges in autism care. Don't miss this insightful event stream across Autism Wonders social media platforms and those of our partners.
Let's play this for the last time and we could just jump on. We are live again on Facebook and YouTube. Instagram is still having some issues, but we are working on it as we go along. So if you are watching us, please share our Facebook link. When you go to Autism Wonders Inc. or when you go to Afuakubitis Inc., you should see this link, and please share it in your groups so everybody can have access to this amazing information. We will be right back.
Welcome to the 2025 Virtual Autism Symposium in honor of World Autism Awareness Month, brought to you by Autism Wonders and our value partners. Join us live on April 26th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, as we dive into uniting perspective and bridging knowledge with live experience. This multidisciplinary dialogue brings together global experts from Ghana, Nigeria, the U.S., India, the UK, and Canada, many of whom are also parents of autistic children, to discuss the latest advancement and ongoing challenges in autism care. Don't miss this insightful event stream across Autism Wonders social media platforms and those of our partners.
All right. One more countdown, guys. One more. We are still trying to sort things out. One more. All right. Well, thank you all so much. Hold on while we hide this. Okay, so to all our amazing presenters and hosts this evening, thank you all so much for showing up so beautifully and gracefully. Thank you. To all those that are taking the time to watch us from either YouTube or Facebook, we definitely thank you for the time. Our Instagram is still acting out, so please bear with us as we go through this. We are still working on resolving the Instagram, but in the meantime, please feel free to watch us from Facebook or YouTube. Just type in Autism Wonders and you should find us. Um, I think that's it. Thank you again, my amazing presenters. I definitely appreciate your presence today. Thank you. I don't know, before we move forward, I don't know if Bernice has anything to say. She's the co host tonight, so she's going to be helping me out a lot. So, Bernice, do you have anything to say before we proceed?
Just a huge thank you to everybody for joining us. I know we have great time differences between the UK and India and Ghana and Nigeria. So thank you all for your time, your dedication, and for making this possible. There's no way we could have done this without you. So thank you so, so much.
Absolutely. And, oh, Lord, that login issues. Thank you all so much for going through that hello with us. So we are going to begin today's symposium. So for everybody, we'll be introducing ourselves in a minute. But before we do that, I just want you to meet all our presenters and our hosts tonight before you hear from anybody. So please enjoy this little video showing all these amazing presenters and our hosts tonight. All right, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining us in that slideshow. I thought it was beautiful and I thought we had to put that together for this evening. So before we proceed to the actual reason why we are here today, I just want everybody to introduce themselves. Everybody has a minute to say everything that they want to say about them, their name, what they do, why they are here tonight. I think that is important. And then one fun fact about them. So I'm going to go because I am the one who is talking right now. So I'm going to start first. So as you can all see on my screen, this is Dr. Afua Kubiti. I am the Executive Director for Autism Wonders, Inc., also the CEO of Nurturing Hearts Horizon LLC. I'm a proud autism mom. I want to say that because that's definitely one of my titles, and that's why I do what I do. I don't think if I didn't have a child with autism, I would be here. I don't know, but I'm here because of that. So I want to make that explicit to everybody watching. And I think a fun fact about me, I have all boys. I never had a girl. I don't know if it's unfortunate or fortunate. I don't know, but I do have four amazing boys. And yeah, this is me, and I'm going to be your host this evening. So we're going to proceed with our co host, and then we will take it from, I think anybody can go after Bernice.
Hello, my name is Bernice Afum, and Efwa brought me along this journey, and I'm grateful to be part of this journey. She's been a great inspiration to me. I, as well, my daughter, 12-year-old, also on the spectrum. I'm a proud mom of all girls. and I feel fortunate to be a mom of girls. That's
I'm
one
not
fun
sure about
fact.
that.
I know how it is to have boys. I wish I had at least one, but I appreciate my girls. They make life a little easier now that they're young.
Mm.
It may be different later, but we'll see. But anyways, yeah, that's just a little bit about me. I'm the co-host and program director of Autism Wonders. We've been working together for a few years now, and I really enjoy being on this journey with many of you. So thank you all for joining today. We'll move on to the next person. The next person beside me is Dr. Ramatu, or whoever wants to jump in. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. My name is Dr. Ramatu Muhammad, and I am the founder slash CEO of Mercy Special Connections. I'm a medical doctor professionally, have bagged several certifications, and have supported families on the autism journey. I'm also an autism mom. My daughter is 18 years old. Fun fact about me, I am, should I say, a Renaissance woman. So I love art, anything art, count me in. I'm into so many things: painting, calligraphy, cooking, traveling, photography. So anyway, anything art. That's a fun fact about me. And I'm a young girl at heart. Okay. And the next person, um, I would just hand it over to Amina. Thank you.
Okay. Hi everyone. Good day. My name is Abina Sani Adamu. I'm a mother of three boys. I have boys too. One of them is on the autism spectrum. He's 11 years old, non-verbal. I'm an IT support officer. I'm a researcher also. I volunteer in so many other organizations. So the fun fact about me is I love watching Indian movies. I don't know what that is. I love watching Indian movies. So nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Who is gonna go next? All
Yeah, we
right,
go to
Dr. Joy, go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm Dr. Joy Manuel. I like to say my middle name, Osasune. It means God escorts me. So you don't want to mess with the person that God is escorting. Um,
Mhm.
I'm a community optometrist based in the UK. I am a very passionate, play-based uh, optometrist. I enjoy playing with children a lot, a lot. Like I go on slides, I go on swings, I go on trampolines, name it, I'm there. So I love what I do as an optometrist. When I'm not saving sight, I'm playing with my children and I'm going as far as they want to go. Also, I'm an autism mom, as we call ourselves, and we are not just moms. We are destiny agents of change, and we're helping not just our children, but children of people around us, advocating for them, advocating for vulnerable people who can't really speak for themselves, while we are making a difference in our children's world. Fun fact about me, I like to eat fried rice. If you let me, I will eat fried rice every day. Well, but now I am an advocate of smoothies. I like smoothies. It's easy to get my 5 a day in without any hobby. Thank you. I hope you.
All right. So who is next? Sweater. We can. I don't know if I'm saying the name well. I'm sorry, but you can go ahead.
Hello, everyone. It is 12 in the night here, and good afternoon. uh, I'm from India, and I am a speech language pathologist. So I am a mom of two daughters, and I always wanted daughters. So I'm blessed to have two daughters. And I was working till 5 years back, till COVID hit, and I delivered my first baby. And after that, I was not working full time, so I started to create awareness on social media more on the Instagram, sharing the journey, and slowly and gradually it started to, creating
Mhm.
more awareness and helping other parents through the Instagram platform. And fun fact is, I never wanted to become a speech therapist, but yeah, but
Wow.
I ended up becoming one, and now I'm very much passionate, and I love this field, and it's such a pleasure to be among all of you and see you today. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we still have Dr. Gloria and Dr. Nanecha. You guys haven't introduced yourself, so anybody can go from here.
Okay, I'll go next. My name is Dr. Gloria Amponsankodia. I'm a pediatrician. I've been a doctor for 16 years. I'm very passionate about children. I love children. I love playing with them. I'm not happy when they are sick. I just enjoy making them well. And then I also have a center that helps with rehabilitation of children with special needs. So I'm the CEO there. It's Kids Eden Learning and Therapy Center. And I also have a foundation, Healthy Kids Foundation, which we use to create awareness on conditions that affect children. I love music a lot. I can stay in the room the whole day and just listen to music. I really love music. And the fun facts maybe I really enjoy teasing. I love to tease people. So you all be on guard. If I find something I can tease you on, you're in trouble. I really enjoy teasing people. So welcome everyone. Hope we have a good time.
All right. I think the last person here knows herself. We
Sorry,
can
we're
hear you.
muted.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So my name is Dr. Nanecha Akajisi. I'm the founder and CEO of Alethinos Bio Inc. It's a biotech company. And what we do is we help families with autistic children in planning their nutritional, like developing a nutritional plan for them. And I'm also a proud autism mom. My last child is, and she's nonverbal as well. She's only 6. So yeah, it's an interesting journey. I wouldn't change it for anything. I think it's a very good experience, and I'm very happy to be here. And I hope we all have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much. And Vanessa, I'll let you come in a bit, but we will have to proceed because of time issues. We are thankful for all our guests here again. So we are just an announcement. We are missing one of our presenters. She's a medical doctor, and I think she's saving life right now. So things come up. So I was like, please, save life in peace, because that's what we want you to do. We are all here saving life one way or the other. So please do what you got to do. I will always bring her, I can always bring her back here and we can talk about her topic. She was supposed to handle the mental health piece of it, Dr. Mariam. She has done that with us before when she did a presentation, but we could definitely bring her back on a separate day and time outside this symposium so she can share the knowledge that she was going to bring today. So wherever you are, Dr. Miriam, all the best and good luck with everything that you're doing. Thank you. So we are going to proceed straight into today's presentations. And I know that some people are here who probably, I don't think anybody is hearing autism for the first time. I really don't think so, but we still want to kind of give that introductory explanation, so that everybody can know exactly what we are here, why we are here today. We do have a beautiful video that we'll be showing on that, but I want our co-host to just in and just in the layman's language explain what autism is to our audience.
Hello. So, just a brief explanation of what autism is and how it affects children, mostly who are impacted by autism. Just right before we play Dr. Ramatu's wonderful explanation video. I just wanted to explain briefly to those who are not familiar with autism. So autism, or autism spectrum disorder, also known as ASD for short, is a developmental condition that affects how a person communicates, interacts with others, and experiences the world around them. It's called a spectrum because it affects people in different ways to a varying degree. Some people with autism might find social situations challenging, have difficulties understanding body language or tone of voice, or prefer routine and find change upsetting. Others may have strong interest in specific topics, excel in areas like math or art, or be highly sensitive to light, sound, or texture. Autism is not a disease or something that needs to be cured. It's simply a different way of thinking and experiencing the world. With understanding, acceptance, and the right support, many people with autism can thrive in school, work, and relationships just like anybody else. So, just a brief understanding of autism. So,
Thank
if
you
I
so much.
go ahead and play the video.
All right. So just join us in this video, our audience. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Ramatu Muhammad and I'm a parent of a child who lives with significant disabilities. One of our diagnoses is autism. So why are we here today? Well, it's April and April is Autism Awareness Month. So what is autism? Autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder. What do I mean by that? It affects the brain, the development of the brain. Kids with autism are known to have restricted social communication. They do not interact the way typical, what we call neurotypical kids do. They have repetitive and restrictive behaviors which hinders their interaction with themselves, with other people, and with the environment. A little bit about autism. Autism has been here for as long as humans have been here. Why do we worry? Why should you be concerned about autism? Well, the numbers are rising. Currently in America, 1 in every 36 child within the age of 8 years is living with autism. In the world, the WHO has it that it's 1 in 100 children living with autism. People believe autism is a mental disorder, but autism isn't a mental disorder. Rather, it is just a disorder that affects the development of the brain, as I had mentioned. So kids with autism do not have mental disorders, but they could have a co-occurring condition where they could have a mental disorder which is separate from the diagnosis of autism. Children with autism are like any other child. They do not choose to be living with autism or nor autistic. That is how they are made, and they have no choice about that. So I just want to call upon everyone to see them as they are, to love them and accept them as they are. Having said that, I would like to introduce my nonprofit called Mercy Special Connection. Mercy Special Connection is an organization that will be providing you with services to support families of children living with disabilities, including autism. One of the services we offer is also webinars, education, parent support, and just connecting you with resources in the community.
Thank you so much. That was so comprehensive and so straightforward at the same time. I don't know how you did that, but you did it. Thank you. So this is just a little bit information I want to add. So this video was done about a year or so ago, right, Dr. Ramatu?
2 years, sister.
2 years. 2 years. And since then, things have changed. Now we are at 1 in 31 children. As of April 15th, CDC did release the new prevalence rate, and now we are down to 1 in 31. So just FYI, if you are listening to us, we are not giving you the wrong information. The video was just a little bit older, so we are updating you. It's 1 in 31 children by CDC. I think who is still at 1 in 100, but they also admit that there is some gap in research in the areas that they are looking at, and so that number might not be so right. So they always do give that disclaimer. So we are 1 in 100 with WHO, and then 1 in 31 with CDC. All right. So now we're going to proceed to the very first presentation, and it's none other but our own Dr. Gloria Amponsa Kodia. She already introduced herself. We just giving a little break, a 1 minute break. So just bear with us. After this break, Doctor will start her presentation. Thank you all so much.
Welcome to the 2025 Virtual Autism Symposium in honor of World Autism Awareness Month, brought to you by Autism Wonders and our value partners. Join us live on April 26th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, as we dive into uniting perspective and bridging knowledge with live experience. This multidisciplinary dialogue brings together global experts from Ghana, Nigeria, the U.S., India, the U.K., and Canada, many of whom are also parents of autistic children, to discuss the latest advancement and ongoing challenges in autism care. Don't miss this insightful event stream across Autism Wonders social media platforms and those of our partners.
All righty. Thank you all for staying with us. So this is the ball is in your court, Dr. Gloria.
Sure. Thank you.
I'm pulling your PowerPoint right now. Just bear with us
Great.
here.
Great. All right. Hello, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are. And thank you for being a part of this program. In the next 15 minutes or so, I will be talking to you about early screening and diagnosis of autism. We'll talk about the advances made in that regard, and then how early detection and intervention also foster better outcomes.
Oh, hold on. Thank you. Okay, next slide.
All right, so this will be the outline. Okay, so autism spectrum disorder is a diverse group of conditions characterized by some degree of difficulty in social interaction, communication, as well as atypical patterns of activities and behavior, and then unusual reaction to sensation. This is the definition by WHO. And if you watch the video, Dr. Ramatu explained it quite well. The cause is complex, is still believed to be from an interplay between the genes of the person who has autism and then the environment. Okay, so let's look at the burden. Okay, the prevalence. So if you look, this is a graph from Lancet Journal. And if you look at it, you can clearly see that for autism, it's higher. The burden is higher in males than females. And CDC puts it at 4:1. So if you have 5 children with autism, chances are that 4 of them will be males and then 1 will be female. And if you also look at the graph carefully, you'd realize that the burden is higher in the younger population than in the older population. The global prevalence compared, so this is from WHO, is 1 in 100. Okay, but we know that CDC's own is even higher. The burden is higher. And in Africa, different studies give different figures. But one thing that they all agree on, the researchers all agree on, is that we still have significant challenges in screening, in diagnosis, and in treatment of people with autism. So why do we need to screen them early and then treat them early? It's because of what we call neuroplasticity. Okay, and this is the brain's ability to adapt and reorganize in response to experience and learning. So when a baby is born, a lot of connections happen in the brain. When the child is exposed to certain things, they develop stronger connections in that regard. And then the things that are not used, or connections that are not used, are also pruned. You understand? And so, because of this, we have a golden window for children with autism. If the diagnosis is made early and the intervention is started early, that means the child will be exposed to intervention early and then will develop connections therapy areas that the child is exposed to. So he will develop behaviors. It's easier for the child to develop behaviors that we want the child to be develop, and then also unlearn the behaviors that we don't want the child to have. So it's like, see it as working with wet clay. It's easier to mold the wet clay the way you want it compared to when it becomes harder. You can still get the shape you want, but it will take a lot of work. So early screening, early intervention will offer better outcomes for a child with autism. And the American Association of Pediatricians recommend that screening is done for every child, not just those with red flags for autism, every child at 18 months or 2 years of age. Very important. So when it comes to screening tools, we have these ones, MCHAT, ages and stages questionnaire, childhood autism rating skills, and then screening tools for autism in toddlers. The ones that we commonly use in our setting is the modified checklist for autism in toddlers, the revised version, and then the ages and stages questionnaire. So I'll take you through that one, those ones. Okay, so this is the ages and stages questionnaire. It's a general developmental screening tool from birth to 6 years. So there are a set of questions that parents are asked about their children, and it's a general or developmental tool. It assesses all the areas of development, not just for autism, but because we also assess the child's communication and then social development. You can also, based on the results that you get for communication and then social or adaptive skills, refer the child for further evaluation. Okay, so this is one for a 14-month-old, and there are there are 6 questions. Please go back.
Okay.
There are 6 questions under communication. And if the child is able to do these activities, the child scores 10. So the questions are asked. Number one, is a child able to point to request for something, or is a child able to say words to request for something? And if the child is able to do it, the score is 10. All the time is 10. If the child is able to do it sometimes, the score is 5. And if the child is unable to do it, the score is 0. Okay, so under communication, there are 6 questions. That brings the total marks to 60. So after going through all these questions with the parents, you score, you tally the marks, and then you go to the scoring sheets, which is the next slide. So there's a scoring sheet for each year group. So this is for a 13-month-old, and if the score for communication falls in the black zone, that calls for concern. That means the child needs to be evaluated by a specialist, somebody who can do an evaluation, a diagnostic evaluation for autism. If the value you get falls in the gray zone, well, that means we need to keep an eye on that child. You can provide some activities or recommend some activities for the child to do, and then monitor and reassess the child in a month or 2. If the child's value, the figure you got after tallying from the questions, falls in the white zone, that means the child's communication is on point. The child is developing well and would not really need to be evaluated. So you ask a set of questions And based on the score you get, so if for communication he falls in the black zone, that means the child must be evaluated. And then for social interaction, if the child or falls in the black zone, you need to have the child evaluated for autism. So this is the ages and stages questionnaire. Another screening tool that can be used for autism is the MCHAT-R, and this is for toddlers. So there are 20 questions, and if the child is able to do the activity, so these are things that children, toddlers, should be able to do, except for questions 2, 5, and 12. So if you asked, is a child able to do this? And then the caregiver says yes, the score is 0. If the child is unable to do it, the score is 1. So with the MCHAT-R, the higher the score, the higher the risk for autism. It's unlike the ASQ. So for ASQ, the higher the score, the better it is, the lower the risk of autism for social and the communication development. But for MCHAT-R, the higher the score, the higher the risk for autism. So when you ask, is the child able to point? And then the answer is no, you score 1. And then you go through all the questions, okay? And then you score 1 or 0, depending on whether you get yes or no. So yes is 0, no is 1, except for questions 2, 5, and 12, because these are questions on repetitive movements, on having wondered if your child has been there before. Because we know that for children with autism, sometimes when you call them, they don't even mind you. And so if you've ever wondered if your child is deaf and you answer yes, that is a risk for autism. So for that one, a yes scores 1. And then 5 and then 12 also talks about repetitive movement, and then whether the child gets upset by loud noises or everyday noises. So these are things that children with autism also usually exhibit. Okay, so if the answer is yes, then that score is 1. So just bear in mind that for except 2, 5, and then 12, if the answer is yes, the score is 0. Okay, if the answer is no, the score is 1. Now, when you are done, you put all the marks together. So this is over 20. Okay, you put what's the total score, and then you compare to the scoring sheet, which is on the next slide. So if the score is 1 or 2, that means the risk for autism is very low, and you don't really need to follow up or do an evaluation unless there are other things that strongly point in the direction of autism. Maybe a sibling has it, or there are other features that the parents have seen. But otherwise, a score of 1 or 2 or 0 means that there's very little risk or very low risk for autism. And so you don't really need to do an evaluation, a diagnostic evaluation for autism. If the score is 3 to 7, then that means you have to administer a follow-up question. And there are some questions that are asked. If the follow-up questions, the child scores 2 or more, that means you need to send the child for evaluation, a diagnostic evaluation for autism, okay, and then early intervention. If the score is 8 and above, that is high risk for autism. And that child needs to be evaluated by somebody who can do a diagnostic assessment and then also recommend intervention or provide intervention as well. The good thing is that MCHAT is free. You can get it online. ASQ too, you can get the information online. And so I would encourage healthcare practitioners or carers of children to look this up and then do the screening if they can. When it comes to diagnosis, these are the tools that can be used. And the common ones are the ones that I have boldened. Okay, so we have the Autism Diagnostic Observation Schedule, second edition. the autism diagnostic interview, and then the DSM-5 criteria. In my setting, these are the ones that we usually use. For the DSM-5 criteria, for you to diagnose somebody as having autism, that means there should be persistent deficits in social interaction, in communication, and it should be across multiple contexts. So it shouldn't just be in one setting. You know that there are some children who may be very shy. And so when they go outside, they may not interact, they may not communicate well. But at home, they are doing well. They communicate, they interact. Okay, so for you to say that the child has autism, it should be across multiple contexts or settings. And then there should be restricted, repetitive patterns of behavior or interest. The child must be interested in very, very few things, and there should be that repetitive behavior, such as hand flapping, rocking, sometimes even head banging and all that. And the symptoms must be present in the early developmental period. So you can't have a child who was developing normally, interacting well, and then at age 10 stops interacting and then make a diagnosis of autism. No. So in the early developmental period, usually in the first 5 years, the symptoms should be present. Okay, so that's the DSM-5 criteria. And for the ADOS, it's actually a structured or a standardized semi-structured task on communication, social interaction, play, and then restricted or repetitive behavior. So the assessor observes the child as the child performs certain tasks, okay, on communication, social interaction, and then observes the behavior of the child. There's also an interview component, and there are 5 modules that are used depending on the child's age and then expressive behavior. And they usually use an algorithm and make a diagnosis based on the score. There are cutoff scores for a diagnosis to be made. This one takes about 40 minutes to complete. The next slide also talks about another 2. These are the modules for ADOS too. So we have a toddler module, we have module 1, module 2, module 3, module 4. And as I said earlier, the module chosen depends on the child's age and then the child's expressive language. This is another tool that can be used to make a diagnosis of autism. This has questions that relate to the child's current skill or the person's current skill and behavior. And it borders on social interaction, communication, repetitive or stereotypical behavior. And there's also an aspect that looks at how the child behaved at age 4 or 5 if the child is older than that. And this is quite lengthy. It takes about 2 to 3 hours to administer. Okay, so those are the diagnostic tools that can be used to make a diagnosis of autism in a person. We want to look at advances made in early screening and then diagnosis, okay? And there has been significant progress over the years, so evolution over the years. Now we have free screening tools. You can get a ASQ, you can get a MChat especially online. About 20 years ago, we didn't have access to a lot of these screening tools. There's also increased awareness among carers of children. So we have health workers who know about autism, we have teachers. When I was in medical school, autism was not taught as a subject. And but now parents even ask you about autism. There are societies or organizations that create awareness on autism. In Ghana, the Pediatric Society champions that cause or creates awareness on autism every year. And there are other non-profit organizations that also do that. So in terms of awareness creation, there has been significant progress. And then also in the number of assessment centers and specialists that has also increased. As I said, 10 years ago, we didn't have the numbers we have now, and I can speak for Ghana. Now we have a number of centers that can do the assessment and then the diagnosis as well. And we also have an increase in the number of therapy and learning centers. So we've made some progress in screening and then diagnosis. Then now we also have more objective testing methods. So the ADI and then the ADOS actually, though they are standardized, they're a little subjective because it's based on the assessor's observation. But we also know that there are some conditions which increase the risk for autism or they are associated with autism. And these are some of the conditions. So we can actually do genetic testing for these conditions. If you have a child who exhibits symptoms of autism, does the evaluation, and then we are able to pick these genes, these specific genes in these children, it actually tilts the diagnosis more in favor of autism, or it sort of validates the diagnosis. So we have more objective testing methods now. Then we also have the functional MRI, structural MRI, diffusion tensor imaging, positron emission tomography. What these tests do is that they look at the activity of certain parts of the brain that are involved in communication, executive function, social interaction. So they don't look only at the structure, they look at the structure, they look at the activity in that part of the brain, they look at metabolism, they can look at the connectivity, and then even specific chemicals in the brain. And they know that people with autism have a pattern or certain results. So if a child is screened and the results are similar to that which is known to be the case for people with autism, it also tells the diagnosis or validates the diagnosis of autism. And these are things that are still developing, very, very exciting. So we have artificial intelligence. Everybody's talking about AI. And we have these tools that can analyze a child's behavioral videos. So when a child is performing a certain activity or behaving in a certain way, and the video is uploaded to these AI tools, they are able to analyze them and then recognize certain behavioral patterns which are associated with autism spectrum disorder. And because of that, they are able to say that, okay, it's likely to be autism. Or if an evaluation is done, it even can validate that result. Technology which is still developing. So these, if I can kindly go back. So this analyzes the eye movement patterns. It is known that children who have autism, when they view certain pictures, social, maybe somebody crying, somebody laughing, so pictures or videos of social settings, their eye movement, it takes a particular pattern. And so when they compare the eye movement of this child with the pattern for autism and it's similar, they can also say that, okay, this is likely to be autism. So these things are still developing and it's quite exciting. It all adds to making the diagnosis more objective now. Okay. There's also something I came across, which is Rita-T. This is also a screening tool, but this one is a community-based screening tool or model. So unlike the other screening tools where maybe the child is likely to come to the hospital, this one is community-based. It can be used in toddlers, and then the assessor actually observes the child. So unlike the ASQ and then the MChat, where the parent or the caregiver answers the questions. This one, the assessor also has an opportunity to observe the child and see how the child behaves, and then screens, makes an assessment for autism. So they did a study to see how this tool works and how useful it is. And these are key findings from the study. So it shows that children who received, who were screened with the Rita T, received diagnosis an average of 67 days sooner. So this helps the child to be screened and then receive a diagnosis sooner compared to the traditional methods where the child has to be taken to the hospital. They also realized that families from lower income communities were more likely to be identified, because remember, this is community based, so this comes to the people. And so those who cannot afford transportation or services in a hospital or healthcare center can get access to screening, and also which also can help them to get early diagnosis. So we'll look at early diagnosis and its outcome on development.
Well, I know this is, let me just say this. This is a very important section that we've got to. I'm also looking at the time, Dr. Gloria. So let's
I
just.
think I have a few slides. I have a few
Okay.
slides more.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, so this is a study that was done, and it's comparing the risks, the benefits of early diagnosis and the risk. And this is what they said. So the benefits of early diagnosis include the opportunity for early intervention, which has been shown to enhance developmental outcomes and improve adaptive skills. Early identification allows for the implementation of specialized interventions tailored to the specific needs of the individual with autism, targeting social communication, language development, and behavioral challenges. So this study actually found out that early diagnosis helps with early intervention, and that can enhance developmental outcomes. So this is also a statement from another study that also shows that there is no fully effective treatment for autism, and key factors affecting the prognosis of autism includes early diagnosis and then that appropriate intervention. So these ones can also help improve the outcome. All right. So in concluding, if you look at this chart, okay, you can see that the prevalence is increasing. We have more people with autism now. Is it because there are things happening in the environment which is causing a lot of mutations, or is it because we have increased awareness now and there's access to screening and then diagnostic tools and centers? But the good news is that if there's increased awareness and access, that will ultimately lead to early intervention and a better outcome. So if you didn't get anything from this lecture at all, just know that early screening and then early intervention ultimately would improve the outcome of a child with autism. Yes, thank you very much. This is just a slide of some people with autism. I want to, you can find out if you can identify some of them. And I want to acknowledge Dr. Marilyn Mabel Wilson of Mission Pediatrics and Dr. Kofi Lavi Amoa of 37 Military Hospital, Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gloria. I appreciate you. I think everybody appreciate you here, and I think our audience appreciates you as well. So thank you for that insightful presentation. We are going to give 2 to 3 minutes to see if we have anybody in the audience that have a question. So please, our honorable audience, if you have any questions, please feel free and put that in the chat. We are giving 2 to 3 minutes. After everything, we will definitely do a whole panel discussion among the presenters. But right now, we only have 2 to 3 minutes. So if you have any question about anything that Dr. Gloria just said, please go ahead and put that in the chat. I will be looking in the chat in a few minutes. Just I mean, in the next minute. So just enjoy this as we look for the comments. Thank you.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. We all a part of God's great big family. And the truth, you know, love is all we need. We are the children. We are the ones who make it brighter again. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me. Well, send them your heart so they know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free, as God has shown us by turning stone to bread. And so we all
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, that music. Woo. Anyway, thank you all so much. We have a few questions in the chat, and then I put it on the screen so I think everybody can see that. So this person in the audience, I don't want to say the name wrong, so I'm so sorry. I apologize in advance. But the question is, at what age can a child be diagnosed with autism if he or she was not observed at an early age? This is your question, Dr. Marian.
Okay, so any age at all, because there are diagnostic tools that can screen at various ages.
But I think what I got it from your presentation, though, is that if a child has been talking, doing everything, and then all of a sudden, maybe 14 years, 10 years, or 15 years down the line, this person stopped talking, it cannot be autism.
It's not likely, yes, to be
Okay,
autism.
gotcha. All right, thank you. So, Bernice, I don't know if you see any of the questions you want to read.
I just wanted to ask, maybe if this is what the person was hinting at with their question, what is the earliest age a child can get diagnosed with autism?
Okay, so age one.
Okay.
Okay, so we have another question here. Can family history of autism be a factor?
Yes, because there's a genetic component as well as the environmental factor.
All right, so
There's
Bernice,
another question here that I can ask. It says, this is from Vicky Ansa. If a child hits their head and sustains brain injury before age 1, can it lead to a child exhibiting autistic behaviors?
Okay, so head injury can lead to other things, a number of things, which may not necessarily be autism. So the best is for the child to get an evaluation. Yes.
so I guess, so that is not a contributing factor to autism, is what you're saying.
Not necessarily, not really.
All right, I think we have a question again. It says, great presentation, thank you. Hold on. I guess I have to remove this so I can, great presentation, thank you. What's your perspective on AI diagnosis considering possible misdiagnosis?
Well, it's still developing, so it's possible, but we have to keep our fingers crossed.
So we don't have a definite answer for that yet.
No.
Gotcha. All right. I think this will be the last question here so we can move on. So, an adult cannot be diagnosed as having autism. Maybe, oh, okay. Maybe if he missed a child as a child, I think the person is saying, can I, can, so when the child missed being diagnosed as a child in the adult age, can they be diagnosed?
Yes, but that means that the child should have had signs and symptoms even as a child. So the person should have had the symptoms as a child. But if the diagnosis was not done as a child, yes, when he's an adult, it can still be done. It can.
All right, thank you. I think that is the last question. We are taking a few seconds break so our presenters can grab water. If you are watching us, please grab water too, so
Sorry,
that
there's
we
one question that somebody just posted and I wanted to ask quickly.
okay.
Can screen time cause a child to exhibit autistic behaviors?
Well, there's something called virtual autism, which
Mhm.
means a child who's been exposed to screen a lot may not want to interact with other children. And screen time has also been found to affect communication or language development. But to say that it can cause autism, that is not really something we can say. But there's virtual autism that you can look up at, but screen time is not good. Excessive screen time is not good for children. It affects their language development. It also affects their social interaction. It may not necessarily cause autism because when you take away the screen time, they may be able to develop language and then social interaction.
So it's
Thank
just not a good thing, period, for children's development.
At all.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
too much of it, I would say, right? There
Too
are some
much.
recommendations.
It's
Yes.
excessive. Excessive.
Mm.
All right, let's grab water, everybody. Our listeners, our viewers watching us from Facebook and YouTube, make sure you share the link so others can have access to this amazing information. We have a lot in store for you for the rest of the evening. So please brace yourself, grab water, whatever you drink, coffee, tea, whatever it is, just grab it as we go on this 1 minute break. Thank you and see you in 1 minute.
Welcome to the 2025 Virtual Autism Symposium in honor of World Autism Awareness Month, brought to you by Autism Wonders and our value partners. Join us live on April 26th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, as we dive into uniting perspective and bridging knowledge with live experience. This multidisciplinary dialogue brings together global experts from Ghana, Nigeria, the U.S., India, the UK, and Canada, many of whom are also parents of autistic children, to discuss the latest advancement and ongoing challenges in autism care. Don't miss this insightful event stream across Autism Wonders social media platforms and those of our partners.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you all for hanging in here with us. So to our next presenter, she's joining all the way from India, and it's just amazing the commitment because it's really late over there right now, but she took the time out. I don't know how she did it, being a mother of little ones, but she's here today and to present to us. I know when it comes to communication as parents of children with autism, that is such a big deal for us. So this evening we are hopeful. I know her. I follow her on Instagram. You all should check her out. She does amazing. So we are grateful to have you here, Miss Sweater. I'm not sure am I saying your name right, but yeah, we are grateful to have you here. So now the table is on you. Just it's on your turn. Just go ahead. Hold on 1 second as I pull your slides. But you could go ahead and start talking.
Thank you so much, Afwa. We are connected. I think it's been more than 2 years when my second daughter was born. I remember she's 2.5 years old now. So
What?
it's so so
Wow.
it's so good to connect passionate
Mhm,
people from
mhm.
across the world and talk together, create more awareness. more knowledge. So we are waiting for the slides.
It's coming. It's
And
uploading.
yes, so I will be talking about um, communication strategies in autistic individuals.
It's uploading. It's a little. The files usually take a minute, but it's coming. I think for the next presentation, I'll pull it up before. It wouldn't let me pull it here on stage. So, but it's processing, trust me. Okay, there we go.
Yes, thank you so much. So I'll be talking about developing communication strategies beyond diversities in autistic individuals, and this is about myself. So next is I would like to thank all of you Autism Wonders team for giving me this opportunity. So we all, when it comes to autism, we all come across these three terminologies: speech, language, and communication, and we see significant delays. And these three terminologies are associated and related to each other, but these three are three different things, and have three different definitions, and we should see these three things differently. So I just wanted to show how does this look like through these three circles. So if you can see here, the smallest circle is the speech, the medium one is the language, and the biggest circle which you see is the communication. So here, if you can see, speech is not outside communication or language. A language is just not outside, it is inside the communication. So as speech therapists, our main goal, our end goal is always to develop communication. It can be through language, it can be through speech, but through any mean, the child should be able to communicate. We do not over focus, or just to focus only on speech. So speech is just how you articulate, and how you move your articulators and make sounds. So different kind of sound. Right now I'm talking, I'm using my articulators and forming different sounds and words. So that is speech. When it comes to next slide, I think, yeah. So we'll start with communication. Like I was telling you, our main goal, end goal is to work on communication. So communication is just not speech, language. It also includes gestures, body language, facial expressions, eye movements, picture, symbol, communication board. There is a number of way where which through which we can communicate. We should not only rely on speech or just a language, because right now also I am moving my hands. You can look at my facial expressions. You see somebody and you just can make out, oh, you are not feeling well, even if the child, even if the individual has not expressed anything. Just through the body language, just through the facial expression, you can make it out that the person is not feeling well, or the person is overjoyed today. And you start communication: what happened, why are you so happy? So there the communication starts to happen. So uh, communication includes everything apart from speech and language as well. So coming to language, if I have to tell you what language, in a very simpler way, language is more rule governed. There are certain rules which it follows. So when I see language, it always comes in the two categories. That is, one receptive and one is expressive. Receptive is understanding input, how much the child is able to understand the language, what you say, how much the child child is able to follow your instructions or command, show me your head or get me the water from kitchen, how much the child is able to follow the instruction, simpler one, the complex one, 2 directions, 3 directions, how much he is able to understand the WH questions, how much he is able to identify the things around the child. Apart from that, how much the child is able to understand what you read to, or the child is reading the text and all. So those input, how much the child is able to understand the whole input, is called as our receptive language. And how do we, after we have understood, and how do we express it, so that comes under expressive language. So language always have the two categories, which is very important for us to understand, that receptive and expressive. So it is important that the child's receptive language is good to be able to work upon the expressive language. So expressive is, in simpler way, it's output, how you answer the questions, or how do you name something, you may comment the vocabulary, how you answer WH question, what, where, why, how. So that is that comes under language. So if you see here, this is how a communication happen between two individuals, that is a sender and a receiver. We always should have sender and one receiver or many receivers. It's not that 1:1 it always. So one sender, one receiver, one sender. Right now we have many receivers. Okay, so the sender is wanting to send one information. So what does the sender do? He is encoding and pulling out all the stored information from the brain, then trying to encode, puts the message and send it to the receiver. What does the receiver will listen it, the sensory part gets activated, then it goes to the brain. The receiver will try to encode what was been asked or what has been said, and then the receiver also have the instant feedback. So this is how the whole communication process happens. So there's a sender, there's a receiver, there's an encoding, there's a decoding, there is an information. So this is the basic of how a communication process happen. So if we have to subcategorize language, like I was telling, receptive and expressive. So whole language, how a language is made up of. So we have 5 components in language: phonology, morphology, syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. So phonology is basically, you have heard phonics and phonetic. So it's basically how you study the sound, how the speech sounds are made up of. And then coming to morphology, how do you combine those sound to form a word? So suffix, prefix, everything will come under morphology. How do you add on or subtract something from the word, and a word meaning will change. Then comes our syntax. So if I have to say running boy, the is, even if each word is correct, but if I have not put it in the right grammatical order, I won't say the language is right. So it is very important that even if the morphology, the words are right, I should be able to put it in the right grammatical structure. So that makes the syntax. Even if I have put it in a correct grammatical order, if the correct grammatical order sentence does not make any sense or it does not have any meaning, again, we won't say the language is good. So semantics is when the meaning, the grammar is fine, but the sentence does not have any meaning. So if I say the fish is flying in the sky, so if you see grammatically, it's perfect, but it will not make any sense if I tell, okay, what are you talking about? I did not understand. There's something wrong in it. So do you need to correct it? So the meaning also should be there. And last, use, how do you use it, your sound, word structure, the grammar, the meaning, everything is fine. But if I'm not able to use that language in the social context, then again we can say the language is delay impaired. So if I ask you how are you, and you're like, yeah, I have eaten food, everything is fine, grammatical meaning. But socially, use of language, right use of language, if I say hi and you're not able to answer me back hello, so I am not able to use the language in the social context rightly. And primarily we see in autistic individuals the pragmatic language is affected majorly. So coming to autism, so over the years, many things have changed how we see autism. And the recent researchers say the neurodiversity, autism comes under neurodiversity. So neurodiversity is nothing but accepting that every child is different, every child's brain development, the wiring, every child has their own way of exhibiting behaviors, of learning something. So we no more see it as some autistic individuals are abnormal. No, normal, abnormal, no, we do not see neurotypical, neurodiversity. So we see, okay, autistic individual, we are not changing them, we are supporting them. So that autism comes under neurodiversity. We have ADHD, we have dyslexia. So we, through neurodiversity, we are able to accept autism in a better way, and we are also able to support the autistic individuals in a better way. So the recent research, again, this is a very recent one, and I was going through the recent research, the certification, and how the language is developing in autistic individuals. It has been said that uh, still the research is going on, but there are many researchers who say that there are two types of language development in autistic individual. One is analytic and one is gestalt. We see a lot of echolalia, delayed echolalia in autistic individuals. So they keep on repeating after you. If they have heard any rhyme, if they have heard any phrase or sentence, so we can see the autistic individuals are repeating again and again, and we think that no, it does not have any meaning. Why are you repeating? And when we try to shut the child, okay, don't repeat after me, you repeat, you have to say this. So the recent researchers say that the delayed echolalia uh, has a meaning, has a purpose. And through that, the child is developing language, which is called as gestalt language development. And we say gestalt language processors. So this is not something atypical. This is also a way of developing language which is different from the typical language development. So for typically developing kids, it's, you can see the child has a jargon, or the all other thing, babbling jargon. The child achieves one word, then forms, have good vocabulary, starts two words, then more phrases, sentences, conversation. So this is a typical pattern which majority of the kids learn language through. But in the gestalt language, the child is learning through the whole gestalt or a script. So the gestalt or script is the child repetition, the delayed echolalia thing. It could be the whole rhyme the child is singing again and again. So it is bedtime, but the child is not able to communicate that I want to sleep or I want to go to bed, and starts to sing, twinkle twinkle little star, how I wonder what you are, twinkle twinkle and we are like, what happened, why is the child singing? And for the child, the whole rhyme, a section which the child is singing, is a gestalt. And then we move to 6 stages of the gestalt language development and support the child's language development. So this is a recent one which I am not sure how many of us are aware of. So, whole gestural to script, and then the, meditated script. Then child starts to learn a single individual words, and 4, 5, 6 is how we go for more of the typical language development, where we are giving more, helping the child learn grammar and meaning and how a typically developing child will do. So just now, assessment part was, covered. So in the speech language assessment, we have to give a lot of time. It is also very important for us to observe the parent and child interaction, the passive interaction. Even we can have video recording also. Sometimes the child is instantly not, the child may be anxious, or the child is just very scared in the session. So we can always ask the parents to have a video recording, maybe in the second session. We can actively interact with the child in the session and see. And we can have our formal assessment. So only relying on the formal assessment is also, not right. So we have formal assessment, and we also do our informal assessment in the session for seeing how is the speech and language thing in the child. So these are the few things which, when we work upon, we can see an improvement in the receptive language, how the child is understanding. So joint attention, we should give some minimal instruction. We don't try to complex everything, and don't make it more complex so that the child struggles to understand what has been said, even if the child can actually follow it. So just try to simplify the language, chunk the verbal instruction into parts, then you repeat, model. You model it. So they are very good in imitating. So try to model. Pick up the ball and put it in the basket. Pick up the ball and put it in the, but you show it, you say it, keep it simple, keep it slow, let the child see and learn and understand what is happening. Okay, so we can use a lot of visual aids. I'll talk about little AAC also. Emphasize, pick up the ball. Yes, pick up the red ball. So whichever word you want to focus, or you want your child to learn and give more focus on, we can emphasize and stress that word. And try to reduce the background noise. The TV is on, you're trying to talk, so it becomes a noise for the child. The child also, it's a sensory, he might be overwhelmed with all the information, so he will not be in a situation where he wants. Yes, next. So the strategies which we use, we wait, pause. Pausing is very important. So quickly, what is your name? Yes, tell me. Yes, tell me. Can you tell me? Can you tell me your name? Can you please tell me? Yes, come on, come on. So we have already asked one question or given one instruction. I think we should wait and pause and see whether the child is able to process it and encode it, and would want to try that or not. So if we just continue to give lot of verbal instruction, what is your name? Yes, 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 come on, come on, tell me what is your name. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So child will not be in a position to answer you. So what is your name? And pause and see whether the child is willing or wanting to answer your question or not. Okay, we use a lot of, like I was telling, imitation skills. So we do it and see whether the child is imitating. So body imitation, speech imitation, both we do, and we see if the child is interested in rhymes or something, very having a sing song pattern, or some chunks from his favorite book. We try to use more and more of those. So parallel talk, self talk, we do a lot of modeling. We try to develop communicative intent. I'll show what exactly it is. Getting to your child's eye level, it is very important when you set up an activity or you have your setup. So it is very important that when if the child is sitting on the small chair and you are sitting on the big chair, so you are here and the child is here, and every time the child has to look at you, so already this is giving us very superior and inferior kind of thing, and the child has to always, look at your face, what is ma'am telling, and then see what is happening, then see. So it becomes, some kind of obstruction. So try, if the child is sitting on the small chair, you can sit on the floor and try to come to eye level. That is a very, very amazing thing, the great response you can see, because the child is able to connect with you, the child is seeing you and doing the activity. So it is going hand in hand and simultaneously. Okay. And use lot of intonation, stress. It has to be, your tone has to be more fun. You just cannot, okay, give me this, give me that. So the child, okay, it's time to play, can we do this? So little bit change in your tone, intonation will bring a lot of fun to the session. Even if it's a structured, more formal one, child will enjoy. And unless and until the child will not enjoy, he will not participate. So I was telling, communication opportunities we can create. So rather than forcing the child, or imposing the child to answer, or say something, what we can do, we can create an opportunity. So I hand over a bottle and I close it tight. Yes, let's drink water, and the child takes it, and you wait. What does the child do? The child will try to, okay, I think I shall open it. So you are giving that you have created an opportunity. And for the child, it's not something you're imposing on the child. It is a fun way, it is a natural way, right? You have, the child asks for two bananas and you have given one banana and apple, and the child is like, oh no, I don't want. Or maybe on the communication board you can show that, no, 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 banana more. So though, these are the ways where we can actually create opportunities, where the child can communicate effectively. So like turn taking game, closing lids of the bottle or the bubble you are playing, and keeping away the toys out of reach. So giving plenty of time, sticking to simple sentences, copy what your child is doing. So not necessarily the child only have to follow what you are doing. It is also very important, if the child is wanting to play with some sensory toy, or maybe making a building block, oh my god, you did it, let me also try this. So it is also very important that you copy the child, you follow what the child is doing, and the child will be like, okay, this is so much fun, I am not here to always follow what madam is telling. So that way, do not ask too many questions, it will overwhelm the child, and again they will be in a zone where I don't want to answer, no, don't ask me. So yes, next. So when we talk about neurodiversity affirming practices, after I have started to use this, I see a very significant positive responses in the kids. So we look for the child's interest and strength. So majorly before, if personally, I used to always look what my child cannot do. Okay, my child cannot do. But once I started to see, okay, this child has these strength, this child can do this child has this interest, and I started to focus more and more on that, and started to work around that, I started to get a better response. We don't force try to make eye contact like we used to do before. And like I told you, echolalia serves a purpose. So we don't need to neglect it. We do not need to say, okay, please don't repeat. What is it? I don't understand you. Don't say, look at me, look what I am telling you, concentrate on that. So we try to avoid all these things. So if the kids are interested, there are many kids who are visual learners, they love social stories, they love storybooks. So we can use a lot of different short stories to work upon whatever our goal is, maybe a very small goal, how the child is going to go in the school, or maybe the child, we are preparing the child to go to the school or to a restaurant, or somewhere out meeting, going to a birthday party. What do we want, how do we want the child, um, keeping the child interested, so we can construct our social stories around the child, and try to tell the child what is he or she is supposed to do, so the child is prepared and the child can learn it in a fun way. So if the child is interested, we can use a lot of social stories. And AAC, it's a game changer. And like I was telling, we do not only focus as a speech therapist. Of course, it sounds like we just work on speech, but it is not that. Our end goal is always work on communication. We do not keep on forcing the child talk, 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 because if you don't talk, you cannot communicate. This is a myth. The child can still communicate, even if the child is having limited vocabulary. The child might not be able to communicate fully what the child is feeling, what the child wants, right? If the child has not does not have the vocabulary, but if we provide the right AAC, augmentative alternative communication. So here, if you can see, these are the can you move to the next? We have a communication board
Mm-hmm.
picture. Okay, next. So this is a communication board. We can have it handy. We can just take a printout, colored printout, and laminate it, cut the edges, of course. So we can, keep it handy, and we can have high frequency word. At if we are working at a very basic level, we are working on no, more, hi, you, go, toilet. So all those basic words the child um, is exposed to on a very daily day-to-day basis. So we can make a communication board, a generic one. We can also make some communication board around some specific activities, like we have a bubble game activity, and we have made a communication board. So every time we are playing activity, we are also trying to use the communication board and taking off the pressure that you need to talk to communicate. You can also point and communicate. So communication board AAC helps the child and takes away the pressure of being.
I think we lost her connection. So we are going to give a minute or two. Please, for our audience, thank you for hanging out here with us today. Please go ahead and put your questions in the box, in the chat box, because we are going to read it for our speech therapist to respond to you. So please, I know that it's a lot of questions. I know some people here that I know there's certain things that were said. You probably have questions about it. Please don't wait for this to be over and come ask me. I'm not a speech therapist. So please make sure you put your question in the chat box whilst we wait for her to come. We are going to wait for a few seconds. And so let's just enjoy this while we wait for our guest to join on.
Hi everyone, my name is Ramatu Muhammad and I'm a parent of a child who lives with significant disabilities. One of our diagnoses is autism. So why are we here today? Well, it's April and April is Autism Awareness Month. So what is autism? Autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder. What do I mean by that? It affects the brain, the development of the brain. Kids with autism are known to have restricted social communication. They do not interact the way typical, what we call neurotypical kids do. They have repetitive and restrictive behaviors which hinders their interaction with themselves, with other people, and with the environment. A little bit about autism. Autism has been here for as long as humans have been here. Why do we worry? Why should you be concerned about autism? Well, the numbers are rising. Currently in America, 1 in every 36 child within the age of 8 years is living with autism. In the world, the WHO has it that it's 1 in 100 children living with autism. People believe autism is a mental disorder, but autism isn't a mental disorder. Rather, it is just a disorder that affects the development of the brain, as I had mentioned. So kids with autism do not have mental disorders, but they could have a co-occurring condition where they could have a mental disorder which is separate from the diagnosis of autism. Children with autism are like any other child. They do not choose to be living with autism or nor autistic. That is how they are made, and they have no choice about that. So I just want to call upon everyone to see them as they are, to love them and accept them as they are. Having said that, I would like to introduce my nonprofit called Mercy Special Connection. Mercy Special Connection is an organization that will be providing you with services to support families of children living with disabilities, including autism. One of the services we offer is also webinars, education, parent support, and just connecting you with resources in the community.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramatu. So yes, Sweater, we are here for you. There's a few questions in the chat, so we will wait for you to finish your presentation.
Yes, I am extremely sorry about this. There was a
It's
connection issue.
okay. It's okay. It's internet connection. You can't do anything about
Yes.
it.
So I was talking about communication board. So we can make if the child is at a very basic level, the basic communication board with the high frequency words. Apart from that, we can have go activity or a particular bedtime. Okay, so we can have, I can explain it in visual routine. Can you go back for the previous one?
Absolutely.
So yeah, this is visual schedule, which works amazing with autistic individuals. They love routine schedule. So when we make a visual schedule, most of the kids, majority of the kids, they are visual learners. So if it is present in front of them, and like an example here, my morning routine. So we similarly, we can have a bedtime routine, or teachers can have it in the classroom. So this visual schedule where they do one thing, okay, it is wake up time, done. Meditate, or brush time, or whatever they, it is customized as per the child's schedule and interest. So this is done, this is done. So the child is able to visually see, okay, I have only two more tasks to finish. So there are higher chances the child is going to do and perform. And also it gives a lot of independence to the child. Okay, I'm going to go, done, done, what's next? The child can, when the child gets into the schedule and understand, the child can go to the visual schedule, or the reminder, what you say. So the, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do. So the child goes there, does that, puts a tick mark, or flips it, or covers it, and he feels happy also and accomplished. Okay, I did it. So there are no more tasks, and I'm done for at least for the first half of the day, or the school routine, or the bedtime thing. So we can make visual schedule. And last we have, so next slide. So these are low tech. And nowadays, with lot of technologies and screens and everything around us, we have definitely shifted to high tech devices. So here in India, we primarily use this software Avaz. So this is a software, the parents can buy it and customize it as per the child's need. So here in India, somebody is South Indian, somebody is North Indian. Their food differences differs a lot. Even in my house, my mom is eating something, or maybe I have some my preferences. So as per the child's likings, dislikings, or the child's routine, or what does the child do, we can put on those words. And this needs a training with the help of the therapist in the session. So we are doing the activity simultaneously, we are exposing the low tech, high tech, whatever is available. So here the child presses it and tries to communicate. So even if the child is not able to, the system, the software is speaking for the child. I want washroom, I want to go washroom. So not necessarily it has to be grammatically correct. It is important that the child should be able to communicate. If the child just goes and washroom. So you understand, okay, what the child wants to go to the washroom. And slowly we also develop language and a lot of other things. Of course, it needs a training. So this is what we do.
Okay.
So so every child is different, and here, like, the picture depicts asking the elephant to I am he's saying I am having a fair selection, but asking the elephant to climb on the tree is how fair we all can
Mhm.
understand. So it's not
Mhm.
fair to put all the kids in one and see all the kids from one lens, and have said, okay, this the child has to do this, otherwise there is no other way out. No, we have to support the child as much as we can, rather than imposing and forcing the child. So every child is different. And next is thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I see some great questions. And just so you know, for our listeners and our presenters, we have Miss Sweater's husband is in the chat, and he's really doing some amazing work answering those questions for us. Thank you so much, sir. We are happy to have you here today with us. I know some people might still want to hear from the presenter anyway. So, Bernice, if you can go ahead and see if you see anything in the chat that you want to,
Sure.
you know.
There was a question, a previous question that I cannot see any longer, but I remember asking, can an 11-year-old still develop language skills? It was along that line. I believe the child is 11 and is nonverbal. Is it possible for them to develop any sort of communication skills?
Yes. If the child is 11 years old, I think the parent is wanting to ask, I think, particularly speech, the verbal part. Uh,
Mhm.
Actually, there are many kids, and now there are many autistic adult who are, coming forward and saying, till this age, till 6 years, till 9 years, till 8 years, I was not saying any single word. And all of a sudden, with a lot of therapy the child has taken, we don't know when the child will start to talk. But like I told you, as a parent, as a professional, as a speech therapist, our goal should not be just to make the child speak. Our work is to help the child communicate. It could be through speech, but if the child is not, suppose the child is 6 years old or 8 years old, and the child does not have verbal language or speech, we cannot wait. The child will be frustrated. The child wants to talk to you. The child wants to communicate to you, right? So our focus should be, like I told you, there are so many other ways of a way, alternative augmentative communication, AAC, which we can use and help the child communicate. I think one of the biggest myth is, if we use AAC with the kids, the child will never speak. Actually, it is ulta, it is different. The more we use AAC and help the child communicate, there are higher chances. The pressure is off, that I don't
Mhm.
need all, I have to have the words, spoken words, to be able to communicate. So when the pressure is off, there are higher chances the child will be able to talk. But every child is different. It's very difficult to tell.
Thank you. The next question is, how can I tell that my child is ready to use a communication board? Are there any pointers I
Look out
I
for.
should look out for?
Yes. So you definitely, there is no for AC as such, there is no prerequisite. But here, depending, even if the child don't have this fine motor skill to be able, they have this difficulty with the pointing, finger pointing. So we are not focusing the communication board, like I told you, depending on the child's need, or the child just can do this, the child can do this. the child is not able to do this fine motor, this thing, finger pointing, so the child can tap it. So what we can do in the communication board, like I showed you, there were so many pictures in there. We can definitely reduce the number of words and see what is the high, maybe what I suggest, like parents, near the dining table or near the kitchen, we can have a small communication board with maybe 5 to 6 pictures, big one, where the child just can go and tap more, no, want, or maybe the child's favorite milk, the child loves milk, so maybe milk. So the child can go and just tap it maybe, so that can help. So communication board is just depending on your child's interest and level. You can take a printout, colorful printout, and put it accessible. Not, don't keep it to yourself, and give it when the child, you think the child needs it. It is very important that you make it accessible. So maybe you can, make it handy, or keep it, maybe paste it on the wall where you're doing the activity, or maybe the near the kitchen, or put it on the table where you are more, you tap it and you give it. It will make more sense, because we are not teaching anything. It is a modeling, and it is just, you're inculcating it. You're not teaching more, what is more. You're not teaching, no, we are not doing all that. So communication, as you communicate, you are using the board.
Thank you. I know you mentioned earlier that delayed echolalia is a good sign of that indicates that the child may develop communication skills. But Abina wants to know, this question is from Abina Yabua. Is echolalia, I guess she's referring to
Yes,
either
yes.
delayed
So it is,
or
yes,
a
it
good
is
sign
a
that my
difficult thing. Yes, yes. About delayed echolalia, whether it's a good sign and how can I help her to communicate? It will be
yes.
very difficult for you to go, for me to take you through all the stages and how actually you can, start to practice. But maybe you can go back and read about GLP, Gestalt language processors. There are 6 stages. So we assess the child, we see what are the different gestalt the child is, the echolalic, the delayed echolalia the child has. So depending on that, we have the 6 different stages. So maybe you can, if you can just Instagram DM, I will be able to, maybe share some link with you, because it will be, it's difficult, it's a very lengthy
Mhm.
thing.
Okay.
Can you leave your I don't know if your spouse can put that information in the chat so the person can grab it off the chat, please, your Instagram handle. And yeah, I think that should be okay.
This question is from Faith. How can one help a nonverbal child with low level of understanding to communicate? We may have lost.
Yes. So, like I was telling, talking about AAC. Oh, hello, can you
Yes,
hear me
we
now?
can hear you. Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. So, like I answered, I was talking about AAC. So, even if we think there is a low level of understanding, or maybe we go by normal assessment scoring, but when we use AAC or communication board, the child will be able to communicate. Trust me. You think the child has a low understanding, but as you model, as you help the child learn how to use that, the child will be able to, because communication is the basic necessity of every individual, every human being.
Okay. Thank you. This question is from
My son
Ibrahim.
usual drag me to
Yes.
fulfill his needs, like dragging me to the kitchen food. Is it
Mhm.
positive behavior? Yes, it is a very positive behavior, because here, if you see, the child is wanting to communicate with you.
I think we have lost you.
Can you
We are
hear
unable
me?
to hear you. Yeah, now we
Sorry.
can hear you. Mm. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me, Afua?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Were you able to answer that last question
Yes.
from Ibrahim?
So, okay. So she asked
Okay, so we having connection issues. When she comes back, we will definitely make sure that she answers that question. I think that is the last question from the chat. Thank you so much, Ms. Wetter. When you come back, I'll repeat this to you. But I think we are ready to move on to our next one. It's okay. We are ready to move on to our next. So Ms. Wetter's Instagram page is right in the chat. So if anybody that has, she's such an amazing speech therapist. She has an amazing followership also on Instagram. Please DM her, she will respond to you. Please, if you have any questions that she's not able to answer here, please follow her. Take that Instagram handle and go follow her and ask her any question that you might have. And if you're having any issues reaching her, you can always reach out to me. I have a more easier way to reach out to her, I guess. So thank you so much, Ms. Sweater. I hope you're able to join us again because we do have some questions for you. We are going to move on to our next presentation, which is from Dr. Ramatu. We are going to be presenting on behaviors. So I know you're all going to have to stay tuned for that because, behavior is such a big deal for us parents of children with autism. So stay tuned. We are taking this little break, just 1 minute, just for us to grab water. And I want you all to grab water as well as we come back in 1 minute.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. We all a part of God's great big family. And the truth, love is all we need. We are the children. We are the ones who make it brighter again. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me. Well, send them your heart so they know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free. As God has shown us by turning stone to bread, and so we all must.
Thank you. Thank you all for staying tuned with us. So, Dr. Ramatu, go ahead. The ball is in your court.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm waiting for the slides. Yeah, you're going to share my slides. Yeah?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
here.
While it's
I-
loading.
I
Okay.
did that during the break. And just so you know, I had a new one. So you owe me one.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
so hello once again, everyone. If you're just joining, I am Dr. Ramatu Muhammad, physician, public health physician, behavior specialist.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Somebody is asking about the Instagram handle of Miss Sweater, and I just put it right here. So for those of you who want that, it's right there on the screen. I will take it out in about the next 2 minutes, so please write it down. Thank you.
And I will hop back on. So, as I was saying, so I'm a physician, public health specialist. I am a certified evaluator, social skills for young adults with autism, certified evaluator, interpersonal whole brain model of care, and I am the CEO and director of Mercy Special Connections. And you've had enough of the videos, so you know what we do. So next slide, please. So this kind of fits right perfectly from where our other presenter just Ms. Weda's presentation on communication. So behavior, any type of behavior is indirectly a way to communicate, or people are trying to communicate with you. And what does it just mean? It just means how someone acts. And we define behavior or as something that we can always observe and we can always measure it, but just the interaction, how I show you what I want, or how I perceive what you want from me, the way I act is now what, like, a layman would say what behavior is. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are going to talk a lot about what are the common challenging behaviors. So behaviors, there are what are expected, there are behaviors that are norms, and then there are behaviors that kids with autism or generally autistic individuals would exhibit. And I am going to dive more deep into the common challenging behaviors. Research has shown that most children living with autism exhibit challenging behaviors, about 59% of such children. And these challenging behaviors, I pulled three, but they're more than three. Aggression is one of it. And aggression is a wide range of percentage. So it's from 6% to up to almost 70% of children with autism could present with aggression. And then the most devastating one that parents really talk about is when kids present with self-injurious behaviors. So about 44% of kids with autism present with self-injurious behavior. And then there's destructiveness. This is when our kids, in trying to communicate, may throw things away, push people away, break property, punch holes in the wall, and all sorts. So it's also one of the most challenging behaviors. Other behaviors are like the wandering when they elope and leave the house, or another one is that people see as challenging is toileting. Next slide, please. So I'm going to dive into, excuse me, please. My son was coming to get attention because he saw I was talking. So let me get back to it. So when we're trying to understand behaviors, we have to look at the functions of the behavior. And a common acronym is EATS. I usually say everybody eats. So, and we're looking at E for whether they want to escape or elope. Escape is just when you're trying to give them or make them do something and they want to get out of it. So that is when we mean, or what we mean by escape. Attention. So a child could do some behaviors that could be challenging because they're trying to seek attention from you. So example is when they keep slapping their face or hitting their head, or even like when they're aggressive to other people. Sometimes it's just because they do not know how to tell the person they're doing that to, like, I want you to give me attention. So that is another function of behavior. Another function of behavior is when we say the T, tangible. So they're trying to get access to something, whether it's food, or they're trying to get access to a tablet or a preferred item. Then another function of behavior is sensory. So how do you know sensory? And how could you tell that the function of a behavior is sensory? This is when, even if nobody is there, a child would engage in that behavior. So like when a child may be, should I say, like when they do some of the stimmings or the stims they do, or sometimes like even slap themselves, or sometimes they bite on their fingers or suck their fingers. Those are all examples, like rocking or making vocal sounds to suit themselves. So those are examples of sensory, because even if you leave them by themselves, they would still engage in that behavior. So it does not fall into the other three functions. So in order for us to help children address behavioral challenges, especially the severe ones, we have to understand what the function of the behavior is. Next slide, please. So we have different ways of addressing behaviors. And one of the ways is by doing ABA therapy, which means applied behavior therapy. And this just focuses on modifying behavior by changing what happens before the behavior or what happens after the behavior. So, and I would go more into it in another slide. So I mentioned antecedent on this slide because we call what happens before the behavior antecedent, and then we call what happens after the behavior consequences, and the behavior is like right in the middle. This is when we use ABC. But I will also dive into other things. So for us to do ABA therapy for kids to address challenging behaviors, we have to do what is called a functional behavior assessment. And this is a process. The slide says it all. I'm not going to read it verbatim, but it just means a systematic way where we assess the different aspects of a child's life. How do they communicate? How do they socialize? Do they like all the different parts of the assessment all add up to inform what type of behavior management you decide to move forward with. And then BIP is what is called behavior intervention plan. So after you do a behavior assessment, you can now go ahead and create this plan. And this plan is also a way, what we do when we're implementing the behavior intervention plan, we are taking data. Just like when we're also doing the behavior assessment, we will also take data. So usually in a functional behavior assessment, the parents would be asked some questions, the teacher would be asked some questions. If the child has a dedicated caregiver, they will be asked to answer all these questions that will now inform what would be now part of the behavior intervention plan. So next slide, please. So now I'm going to deep dive into the antecedent, the behavior, and the consequences. And I am going to touch on all the functions of behavior, giving you examples of how you can use the functions of the behavior and apply with the ABC to understand what strategies you need to take so that you can help this child to either stop the behavior, that means we extinct the behavior, or we replace it with a more neurotypical kind of behavior, or help them. Like, so if the behavior is to communicate, maybe they're hungry or they're in pain, whatever strategies we take, follow this ABC of behavior. So I will take I'll take them in sequence using the functions. No, stay on that slide. We're going to dive deep on that slide for a while. So please, can we stay in the previous slide? So as I was saying, we're going to dive deep into the ABCs of behavior because this is the meat of this presentation. So when you look at S.L.P, I would give you examples. So, and I would use some of my lived examples. So like, for example, sometimes my daughter needs to take water because she's on a keto diet. One of the things they want is proper hydration. So we would offer her water. So what happened? What is the antecedent? I came with her water bottle. So I wanted her to drink this water. But when I bring it, what she does is, if she doesn't want it because she doesn't have it, she will use her hand and push it away. This is not like a severe challenging behavior, but I'm just giving you an example so that you can understand how the ABCs work. So she would just use her hand and push it away. That is not really a bad way to tell me, but she has a communication board where she can tell me I'm done or all done or I don't want it. So when I come to her with that bottle, that is what the antecedent is. So what happened? I'm there, I'm approaching her, and I have that bottle with me. And she knows that this is what I'm about to do. I'm going to want her to drink the water. What was the behavior? She knocked the bottle off my hand because she didn't want it. What was the consequences? So consequences is now what happens immediately after the behavior. And depending on how I want to modify the behavior, what I do after she knocks it off will determine whether this behavior would continue. That means I'm reinforcing it. That's the terminologies that therapists use. Or we could get it to be extinct. That means she wouldn't do it anymore. Or I can replace it with a more appropriate behavior. So if, for example, when she knocks it on my hand, I go like, oh, it's my hand. And I just take it away and I keep it. Okay, you don't want it. I have already reinforced it. Tomorrow, I come back with that bottle, knock my hand off. I come back with that bottle, knock my hand off, because she's trying to escape from having made to drink that water. And I am reinforcing the behavior by letting it pass and just say, okay, she hit my hand, she doesn't want it, so I'm going to keep it away. So doing that reinforces the behavior, and doing that makes her to keep hitting my hand or any other person that presents her with a water bottle, because that is the communication. She knows if she does that to you, you know to leave her alone. So how can we now use the knowledge of ABA to help replace when a child is trying to escape from something? So ideally, when she knocks off, I should be very calm, do not react sometimes, because a certain behavior could birth also another behavior where, like, if I should scream, then that also adds on to a certain function. Maybe she loves, then she could continue doing it because she loves to hear me scream. So I should remain calm and represent it. And when she's about to reach out to knock my hand, I should redirect her hand to the communication device that she has and touch the button that says all done or I don't want it. There are different buttons that you could have. So this is very practical, because one of the things I want parents today, or whoever's on live or would watch this later, is to have practical skills of how to understand the function of the behavior and how to understand what you do as a consequences, how it affects or reinforces that behavior. So I'm going to go to the next one, is attention. So I would give an example which is very common. I've heard parents come to me with these examples asking how they can help their child. So if a child, for example, has siblings in the house, and the autistic child or individual doesn't know how to tell the little brother, I want to play with you. Or maybe they notice because they're autistic, the child just comes and passes them, ignores them, just because maybe in the past they've hit them, and who wants to be hit all the time, right? Nobody. So antecedent here would be the little brother comes within an arm's reach of their sibling. So when they're passing by, the behavior would be that the sibling would reach out, the autistic individual would smack the little boy or the sister or a passerby. But what happened? When they smacked them, the consequences was this child screamed. And we may think that it was ill intent, but it's not. So now the autistic individual gets excited. I got attention. And this child is crying because he's in pain, but they don't understand that what they did in trying to seek attention from their sibling caused pain to the sibling. And they would be overly excited, and then that screaming and crying, or maybe the mother runs, oh my God, why did you do that? All that gives that individual attention. And what happened immediately after? Consequences. There was screaming from the child that got hit. There was the attention from the parent. Maybe everybody in the house suddenly just comes over. Oh no, what happened to you? You know, and just keep talking and giving attention. So this is, I don't want to say it's kind of like a negative attention, because you're given an attention that now would reinforce a behavior that you do not want to see happen again. So what do? There are two things or two ways we can address this. We can either address the antecedent or we can address the consequence. So antecedent means, especially if the behavior causes harm, either to the person, that's the individual that is autistic themselves, because sometimes they actually slap themselves, because maybe they had a toothache one time and they slapped themselves and mom came running. Oh, stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Oh my God, give them a hug. And they like it. Oh, now I don't have a toothache, but I want attention from mom. Pow, I'll slap myself again. I'll slap myself again. So as you're doing all that, as the individual is doing all that, every time he does it, the parent comes running and gives them attention. So I was trying to say we address two parts of it, the antecedent and the consequence. So if it is a case where they are hurting someone else, you don't want them to hurt them, to harm them. So you could modify the environment or the space. So you could separate, like, okay, if it's because this person comes within an arm's length, then if they're passing by, they should be a little bit more distant, so that the person, individual with autism, does not reach out and hit the sibling passing by. And then how do you modify the consequence? One of the ways to modify a consequence, if the person that is being hit can take the pain, because sometimes children can't and they will scream. That is where you see you need to now maybe pay more attention to the antecedent. But if it is somebody that can try and just be indifferent, like if it's the parent that gets a wanking hand by their child, just stay calm. In fact, if you can, don't even do eye contact. Don't give them, because that's the attention. Sometimes just eye contact is the attention they need. It doesn't even have to be voice input or praise. Don't look at them. Just walk away calmly. to make sure you don't give them that input. Because when you give them that input, you will reinforce it. And tomorrow you come passing by, they need your attention, they're going to hit you. Another way is to teach a replacement behavior. So if you realize that it's attention seeking, when they are not engaging in the behavior, they're just minding their business, just come and give them a positive behavior. Come say, oh, hi, you're doing so well. You're so quiet. Put your hand in their hand, play with them. So if they realize that without hitting, I can get people to just come and say, hi, oh, how are you doing? Oh, I see you're quiet. Good job being quiet. And they're getting all that positive energy and attention. They would eventually stop using those self-injurious or aggressive behaviors to seek their attention. Another thing is also using their communication device. As we all said, behavior is communication. So if they're even just quiet and they have a communication device, you could just decide, okay, this is the time I'm going to be teaching this behavior. So you just come up to your child and go like, use their hand and press, I want you to play with me, and then just give them, because you're teaching them to tell you when they need you and when they need that attention from you. And with time, you'll see that there's an extinction in the behavior. I don't know how time is going with me, but I'm going to go a little bit. I would kind of summarize the last.
Time is not fair with you at this point.
So I will try. I just really want parents to take back how we understand. Every behavior therapist, this is what they look at. And then we look at behaviors, what we do to change that behavior or to extinct that behavior. So then we go to tangible. Tangible is just access to something. They want to eat food, or they want a snack, or they want access to something. Maybe it's just even a fidget. So those type of things are also can be taught, but you also should find the perfect time when they are not engaging the behavior. Another thing I need to point out here is when you're trying to teach a new behavior, especially when it comes to tangible, you need to teach that behavior / communication by not giving them access to that thing unless you are in the process of teaching them. So if I decide moving henceforth, I'm going to tell, I know my daughter really likes to eat cookies. I'm just saying hypothetically, she doesn't eat cookies, but if she really likes to eat cookies, I would decide, okay, this cookies is what I'm going to use to even teach her how to tell people what she wants and to teach her how to request for what she wants. Instead of when she sees me passing with a cookie, she grabs it out of my hand or she grabs it out of her sibling's hand. So what I do is when she is not engaging in that behavior, that means not grabbing the cookie, I would bring the cookie, but I will not let her have access to that cookie any other time unless the time I'm trying to teach her how to ask for that cookie. So every parent should please take note of this. If you are letting them have access to all these things at other times, at free times, it is not going to be an effective way to teach that behavior, because they know that even if I don't ask for it, I'm going to get it. So, or even like anytime I'm going to get it. So when you decide to implement or teach a certain behavior strategy, that thing you're using, especially when you come to tangible function, when the function is a tangible item, please keep it away and only use it when you're teaching the behavior. And the same thing, you come forward with the cookie, they see the cookie. So they would think of, okay, it's time for me to grab the cookie. No, if they have a picture to give you to show you that is what they want, if it is sign language, they want to tell you they want to eat. Like there are so many things or ways we communicate, as the other presenter said, but whichever one works for your child is what you're going to use. If it's a picture, if it's a device, if it's a sign language, if it is speech, even just for the child to say, K. So when you come, you hold the cookie, you let them see the cookie, and you have to see that they're invested in it, like they're interested in that cookie. At that point in time, you're going to quickly say cookie. If the kid is like emerging verbal, so you say cookie. And if they just say good job saying cookie, you give them. If it is the device, good job telling me you want cookie, give them. If it is sign language showing E, good job showing me you want to eat cookie, and you give them. And that is how you teach that. The last one is sensory, which is the most difficult. One of the ways to help modify, especially if that sensory, the function of the behavior is sensory and it is self-harming, is to find something that can give them that same input. So if it is somebody that is always climbing high surfaces and it's unsafe and they've even fallen down in the past, take them to a place, a park, let them all have their harness on and let them do rock climbing. Give them opportunities. So there is like a sensory dine. Give them opportunities to engage or get that feeling, but let it not be let them now not do it when like that could harm them when they're not, like the climbing. Okay, they're climbing, do no attention, hold them, bring them down. And then when you want them to have that input, take them out. If it is trampoline, if it is jumping, there are so many. And if I go deep into sensory diets, I'm going to take the whole of an hour. So anyway, next slide. I think I've touched kind of how it works, and I hope my parents have kind of grasped, or our listeners have grasped the concept of ABCs and functions of behavior. So I wanted to touch on this because this is something that is used a lot for for challenging behaviors. So positive behavior support is another type of way we could modify behaviors or change behaviors or call existence in behavior or cause a behavior to be extinct. So it is a proactive and holistic approach to addressing challenging behaviors, and it is usually more looking into the antecedent. What can you do to the environment? And why I say it works a lot for challenging behaviors, especially if the kids are breaking furniture, punching walls, holes in the wall, or harming themselves. We've used examples like barriers, where a child would wear a helmet because without the helmet he's going to hurt himself, and they have hit themselves. So the aim of this is that if you change the antecedent, the environment and the circumstances that is leading to that behavior, especially behaviors that harm the children, it is going to help them with time forget about it. And I did mention that sometimes they started that behavior because they had a toothache, but now they're doing that behavior because it has now become an attention-seeking behavior. And again, we all know our kids' pain threshold, they hardly feel pain and they could hurt themselves, and we don't want that. So in positive behavior supports, these are things that you do to the environment to modify it so that you kind of not let that happen. In the future, they gradually would have that behavior become extinct. The thing about positive behavior support, and I think you can go to the next slide, is that it is something that focuses on triggers, the events that happen before the behavior, and they minimize the risks, the harm, and the disruptions. But the issue with it is that you don't have like several opportunities. The opportunities are few because you cannot act unless the child is engaging in that behavior. Unlike when you're doing ABA, you create the behavior, you bring the thing to them to stimulate more opportunities so that they learn how to change that behavior. And with positive behavior supports, it takes a long time for you to see like results, but it eventually will happen. Next slide, please. So I always want to talk about trauma-informed care because majority of our listeners today are people of color. We've gone through so many things, and then even just being autistic could predispose individuals to trauma. So, and this trauma sometimes affects behaviors, and that is why I'm bringing it here. Most children that engage sometimes in some of the behaviors they do have experienced some form of trauma. And yeah, trauma could be could lead to a lot of anxiety, hostility. This is where you see the aggression towards people, or withdrawal, or even hyperactivity and the lack of trust of others. So we have to always keep in mind, did something happen? Because sometimes parents will just see a sudden new behavior and they're like, she's not like that. Why is she clingy? Why is she crying? You have to always keep this behind your mind that, okay, wait, did something happen that traumatized my child that is leading to these behaviors? So this is just why I have this slide on trauma-informed care. Be always mindful. What could have happened? What were there, especially like if you're a therapist, what happened in the past that informed this new behavior or this behavior that this autistic individual is exhibiting? So we should always consider that. And there are, next slide, please. There are ways we can I have the next slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So one of the ways that you can help is to create an environment of safety. And that is why sometimes the only person they will cling to and keep screaming they don't want to go to anybody is the parent, because they know that they are safe with their parent. And we have to encourage them or give them opportunities for them to trust us and be very transparent, because our kids are very smart. If you're doing some things, they can tell. So you have to be really transparent with them and then empower them to be able to even advocate for themselves, for those that have speech or use other means of communication. So this would help when you're trying to address challenging behaviors in kids that have been traumatized. Next slide, please. So I'm coming to the end of my presentation. What can parents do to support behavioral treatment? One of the things that I talked about, functional behavior assessment, where I said there would be questions that the parents would be asked. Please, when a therapist is asking you, be very specific about your child's challenging behaviors. Sometimes, because I know we have viewers from Nigeria, from Africa, sometimes we want to hide what our children, because we don't want to be stigmatized, or my child engages, like some child would engage in fecal smearing, or they even eat their poop, right? And the parent would hide that. When that is the most challenging behavior, he needs to be addressed. The parent wants to see change. But just because they don't want to tell somebody that their child eats poop, they would now not say it. So please be very specific. When you're given information, take note of everything in the environment. This includes the place it happens, who was there, what just happened around before the behavior happened. Always participate in the therapy and practice the techniques. Most therapists would have parent classes where they teach parents how to do this. And again, we have so many organizations that do workshops and do trainings on how. Mercy Special Connections is going to be one of them. We're going to be doing a lot of workshops, training on how to teach parents all these strategies. So please, I didn't start my career as a therapist, or a behavior intervention, anything. It's all because of the experience with my daughter. I'm a medical doctor, a public health physician, but then I decided to take it upon myself to study, to learn, and to help my daughter. So this is what I would want to encourage parents: participate, learn. And I'm grateful for all those that are here. That shows that you have commitment and you are willing to learn and help your children. The other thing is teach others, because it's not all the time you'd be in the same space with your child. Whoever is with your child, whether it's a friend, whether it's family, whether it's a professional, they need to know the strategies you're implementing, because if you're not doing things across board, then the child, as smart as they are, would know that, okay, I can engage in this behavior when mom is not around, because she's the only person that knows how to stop it or redirect it, or not even let that thing happen. Then leave the lines of communication open, because if you are not communicating, oh, I noticed they did this differently, tell the therapist, tell the people in the house, oh, she didn't sleep last night, so you should expect or be more on guard for some certain behaviors. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide. How do you increase appropriate behavior? Reinforce good behavior. Remember, if it's a tangible thing you're trying to use to modify a behavior, do not give it to them or access to them unless you're working on it. Do encourage them when they're not doing those challenging behaviors. Tell your child what you want them to do clearly. Okay, like instead of saying do not, we usually like to shy away from saying do not, because the brain, even if it is that of a neurotypical child, once somebody is saying do not, your brain is telling you go do it. So do not use, I shouldn't say do not, right? Okay, let's all use positive words when we want them to engage in a certain behavior. So use terms like, oh, I like it when you're quiet. I like it when you use safe hands, things like that. Remember to use different reinforcers. So just because something worked as in the first few sessions, it may lose its value as a reinforcer. So it's always good to use two things, show them two things and see what their eyes gravitate to. And whatever they're gravitating to is what you should use that day to teach that behavior. And then break tasks down. Again, communication, Sweater did talk about, I hope I called your name right, how, those visual schedules, you could have different minute tasks that add up to form something. So break it down and teach the children. So thank you so much. Next slide, but it's just questions, I think. Oh, no, I didn't finish. So I have one more slide. Okay, so it still ties up to all I have been talking about. Define what the challenging behavior is. During challenging behaviors, you should remain calm, remind the child of what or he can do instead. So as soon as they're about to wank your hand, say, redirect their hand and say, you can ask for it. Do you want this? Or whether you vocalize it, whether you use sign language, or whether they're using picture exchange, or they're using an augmentative device. Find ways to change the environment. This is like the strategies of the positive behavior support. We still use it in ABA too, but yes, modify the environment, because there are some certain situations that those environments are the only places where you see it. And it still comes down to taking your data, noting what happens before, who was there, where was it, and then you can be able to change it. And then after the challenging behavior stops, provide immediate praise, because if you praise good behavior, the chances of the child, like it's just like you're addressing the consequences. You are letting them know that, oh, you want attention, then you're good. Then tomorrow they will try to be good, because they know when they do all the things that will replace their behaviors, it will lead to them getting attention from you. Next slide. Let me not say last slide.
That's
This
a
is
reference.
references. I have two references and then questions. Thank you so much for listening. And I hope if you didn't take anything, you did take the strategies. You understand what the functions of behaviors are and how you can modify behaviors. Thank you so much for listening.
Absolutely. And please put your questions in there. Before we go to Dr. Ramati's questions, we have two questions for Ms. Sweater before she leaves. Mind you, it's almost 2 a.m. in India. But due to her dedication and everything, I just can't emphasize that enough. She's still here. She's going to answer two more questions before she leaves. But I saw something in the chat that I really want to emphasize on. So Dr. Amatu was saying how she was never a behavior therapist or a behavior specialist or anything, but she saw the need. I think that parents, especially those of us that live in a place that services are not so much around or it's not so affordable, you are the best bet. Learn as much as you can. And I've seen comments in the comment section saying that I'm inspired to learn. And I really, really want you all to, and I've told parents this over and over and over and over again. Therapy is really expensive in some parts of the world, right? So what can we do? We still have to help our kids. Our kids cannot wait, right? So and in this modern world, information is all over the place. If you don't have information, you are not looking for it. Look for information. Look for the right sources, though. I'm not saying I don't ascribe to any kind of, information that is not backed by evidence or data or anything. So just look for the right ones and learn. It's doable. She's here today as a medical doctor presenting on behaviors. How cool is that? She's learned, she's taking courses, she's putting the work, and she's here. So please, I just wanted to emphasize that before we move on to Ms. Sweater. So, Ms. Sweater, are you able to hear me?
Hello.
Yes. So thank you so much. I know you broke a little bit when you were doing the presentation. So I think I have two questions for you, and this might be coming from parents on the platform right now watching us from the different platforms. I guess my thing is, and like you rightfully stated in your presentation, I think that as parents of children with autism, communication is like the child can do everything, but if they're not verbally communicating, if they're not using language or speech, it's like the child is not doing anything. I just want you to give us, all parents on here, some kind of key points. It can be a statement or it doesn't have to be a lot. How do we change that mindset? Because again, kids can have a lot of strength, and just because they're not using speech or language to communicate, parents don't see any progress. Parents don't feel fulfilled. Can you say anything in closing before you leave? What should the perspective be like? How should we be looking at things? How should the lenses be like for parents of children with autism?
Yes, yes. So, like I was talking during my presentation, and I also showed the slides, our end goal, when you saw the three circles, the speech, the language, and the communication. So, as a parent, I am also a parent, so I can understand how much we want our kids to utter a sound or a word, right? But I want to tell you, and I want to ask you that to think, and think like why that word is useful, why it is. Okay. And is it causing any, you are giving some force, it is a forceful thing that we are forcing the child to speak, like we were talking about this behavior challenges, the child will be anxious, there will be a lot of aggressions and something. So if the child is able to communicate, there will be reduced frustrations, there will be, the child will be less anxious, there you can also see lot of reduced aggression. So as a parent, you of course should expect and want the therapist to work upon the speech and language, but do not forget that communication is the key. That is the key, irrespective of you use speech, language, or the other means. So when you start thinking from that perspective, the child is hungry, the child is hurt, or child is wanting to share some excitement or happiness, or some, the child has got a one toy, or the child, something happened in the school, and the child is hungry, or maybe want to eat a particular thing, and you want to give rice or chapati or roti to the child, or I don't know what you guys, the kids are eating, but the child wants to eat a specific thing, and the child is not able to communicate. But just a simple gesture, just a simple sign, just a simple pointing to a picture can take off so much pressure from the child. So think it from that perspective and work upon.
Thank you so much. That is amazing, and I hope every parent here heard that, and I heard that for myself too. Thank you so much. So this is gonna be your last question. Do you think every autistic individual can find a meaningful way to communicate, whether through whatever, being speech, being sign language? Do you think it's possible that every individual, because we know how
Yes,
communication
yes.
is a basic thing for everybody, so you think it's achievable for every autistic child?
Every single individual, autistic individual, anyone with having physical, maybe having any comorbid difficulties, the child has any, restrictions are there, the fine motor dexterity is not developed, still there are so many technology which has come up, and there are so many assistive devices we have out there. And when I say AAC is a very big large term, and so many things comes under this, low tech, high tech. So there are so many means of communication. So like you said, irrespective of what the difficulty child has, every single individual can communicate. Autistic individual, any having any comorbid difficulty, anything, the child is not able to move the hand, still the child will be able to communicate. Trust me, you just need a right person who can help your child to communicate.
And
AAC.
and you need the right mindset also, not just focusing on
Yes,
speech. Oh yeah, thank you.
yes, yes,
Last
absolutely.
one before, and I keep saying last one. I'm sorry. So in the next 10 years from now, what do you think it's gonna happen? Do you what and I'm saying this because of course this is a symposium. We want to see what the future holds for us, right? So in the next 10 years, let's say, how do you think speech and autism is gonna grow from here?
Yeah, if I see 10 years back when I passed out, when I did my post graduation, things have changed drastically. I had to unlearn, relearn, and I'm still learning a lot, many things. So, of course, things are changing, like, first presentation. Dr. Gloria, if I'm not, mispronouncing. So, AI, is coming in the picture. So there are so many things which has changed in a good way, in a better way. And we are talking more with respect to neurodiversity affirming practices. So here, like I told you, we are accepting that every child is different. We are not changing the child, we are accepting all the behaviors and how the child is learning. What we are going to do is supporting. So with lot of different research, including lot of parents of autistic individuals, lot of autistic adults, the self advocacy, So those kind of research, including then a lot of different acts and laws in the system, which is going to be which will make them more inclusive in the society. So I think that is what I think 10 years maybe we should be able to see that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. And I think we can excuse you. Go to bed. Just fine. Go get some sleep. Thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you.
us today.
Have a
Thank
good night. Thank you so much.
you. All right,
We can
Bernice, you
move
go.
on with some questions for Dr. Ramatu. Let's check in the chat quickly before we move on to the next presenter because time is going by quickly. One question I have for you, Dr. Ramatu, before we go on, can you explain to parents that they will go through an extension burst when they're trying to get rid of negative behaviors, just so that they don't give up? Because that's the most challenging part with,
Yes.
yeah.
Especially because we're talking about challenging behavior. So when a child, especially if they're seeking tangible or is attention seeking, those two are the ones that you would most likely see an extension burst. And what is an extension burst? An extension burst is a moment or a time frame in when you start trying to modify the behavior, in trying to change that behavior, where the child would have a significant increase in the occurrence or duration of the behavior. So, for example, if a child would cry and slap themselves, or I'll just use a challenging behavior, keep slapping themselves because they want something from you. And especially like when we talked about not giving them attention when they're exhibiting those behaviors you want to change. So a child is slapping themselves because they want your attention, and then you're not giving them the attention. The likelihood is, if before they will slap themselves 2 times and you come running, and this time around you should try to stop them from hitting themselves, like maybe using a barrier method, like maybe your hand on their hand to hold that, because you don't want, when it comes to challenging behaviors, especially when there's self-harm, it's a tricky situation. And then also tying it up to the extension burst, because they will keep trying to continue slapping and slapping and slapping. So parents should take note of this. There will be an increase because they are trying to test you to see how many times can I keep slapping myself before she gives me that attention that I usually get when I slap myself 1 or 2 times. Right? So if that slapping causes harm, especially if there's like injury, you don't want to let them engage in that. And this is where positive behavior support comes in, modifying, if it is using barrier method, whether it is your hand you're using to hold their hand away from their face, but do not give them, like, be calm about it. No verbal, no, don't make a lot of noise about it, but just barricade it, because it's tricky. It's not like other behaviors, but for other regular behaviors that are not self-injurious, you're going to see an escalation, especially if it's just crying. Some kids will cry and cry and cry, and they use crying to get your attention. If before they cry for 15 minutes and get an attention and they stop crying, this time around they can cry for 3 hours, no joke. They will cry and continue to cry. As far as they are not harming themselves, ignore it. This is the extension burst you're going to see. And it is very exhausting. And that is why when you decide to address certain behaviors, make sure you're ready, fully armed and willing to go through the process. Because if you give in, you have taught them now that they can cry for 3 hours, and tomorrow's behavior is going to be crying and screaming for 3 hours to get your attention. But if you persevere and remain calm and remain consistent, you will just suddenly see it disappear one day, and you're like, oh, there's no screaming today. So please take note of that. Thank you so much, Bernice, for bringing that up. Extinction burst is one of the reasons why behavior managements fail, because parents most times would give in because they do not want to see their child in that state. And when you give in, you have taught them now that it's okay for them to cry for 1 or 2 hours to get your behavior.
Yes.
To
Thank
get your
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's a sensitive question in the chat, so disclaimer before I
No,
ask.
don't add it up though. Don't put it on the screen. Just read it out.
I'll just read it out. Yes.
Just, yeah, for
Uh,
privacy reasons.
yes. Child age 12 who always ejaculates when sees mom wearing sleeveless blouse. What should I do about it?
Okay. So this is probably a teenager, probably early preteens, and we all know the normal physiology that they would start having erection. If they do not ejaculate, they would start having erections when they reach that age, especially early in the morning. This is just the body's physiology. It is normal. What we do in these instances, if you can remember, I mentioned things you can do before the behavior happens. What can mom do on her own part? Is she okay to always wear long sleeves for the time being so that the child stops associating her wearing short sleeves with him having some emotions? Because this is just normal physiology, and probably that child is just reacting not because he is truly attracted to the mom per se, but just because maybe also on social media he has had access. Maybe, I'm not saying he has, but there might have been other scenarios that he saw somebody with a short sleeves gown, and it led to other things that he saw, and that led to an exposure, and he's relating people wearing short sleeve to that mindset. And then because he is human, he has hormones, he would have an erection and probably an ejaculation. So first things first is, let us address the stimulant. What is making him have it? If anytime there's nobody around him wearing short sleeves, then we start with that. But again, if it happens, another thing is to redirect. If it's in public, in common spaces, send them back to their room. You cannot, this is a behavior that you should have in private. So we teach that a lot, that they should go to safe spaces, that private space, that they can do stuff which they cannot help themselves. Like if it was a neurotypical child, probably even if seeing that provokes it, he could maybe mentally reset himself or excuse himself. But you see, our kids, you have to teach them. What can they do so that it doesn't become a behavior that is not like they're doing behaviors that are not typically acceptable? You know, one of the things I didn't mention is there are also some cultural norms. Some things in some certain societies are okay. In some certain societies, they are not okay. So behaviors also tie what people see as okay or a neurotypical behavior also ties up to the culture of the people. You can imagine if it is in, like, probably wearing short sleeves is common in developed countries, maybe even crop top, and people walk around with it. Probably that is not seen as a sexual look. But in Africa, that everybody covers themselves, and a mother decides today, I want to get some fresh air, and the child just sees and probably has related it to those feelings, he would have it. So change the antecedent. If you can, start dressing so that with time he will probably phase out. But whenever he engages in that, redirect them to a private space so that when he is better, he can come out of the room. When he's not having those things, he can come out of the room. And when you keep doing that, he would realize that, oh, this is not something that I can do in the living room or in the street or in the supermarket. It's only when I'm in my bedroom, then I can have it.
Thank you so much.
That is just what I would say regarding this behavior.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before you're muted.
Okay, so Dr. Joy is coming on to talk about something that most of us have not really paid attention to. You want to stay tuned. We're taking a little break. Please get water, like 30 seconds. Grab water, stretch your feet, and let's come back on to meet with Dr. Joy. Thank you all so much for staying tuned here with us.
Welcome to the 2025 Virtual Autism Symposium in honor of World Autism Awareness Month, brought to you by Autism Wonders and our value partners. Join us live on April 26th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, as we dive into uniting perspective and bridging knowledge with live experience. This multidisciplinary dialogue brings together global experts from Ghana, Nigeria, the U.S., India, the U.K., and Canada, many of whom are also parents of autistic children, to discuss the latest advancement and ongoing challenges in autism care. Don't miss this insightful event stream across Autism Wonders social media platforms and those of our partners.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Stay tuned with us. We do have a very amazing session. We still have 3 presenters to go. So Dr. Joy will present, and we have 2 more you don't want to miss. And then after that, we are going to do a very extensive panel discussion, sorry. The time is really not on our side, but we will try and do as much as we can because we're already here. We might as well just try to deliver what it is that we have to. So stay tuned with us, and thank you for staying with us still. All right, Dr. Joy, the ball is in your court now. Hold on 1 second.
Thank you.
I'm not sure why this is acting this way, but it's your title page, so I guess we can go to the next.
Thank you very much.
To hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Might be seen as well. Yes, I can. I just want to say a very big thank you to Dr. Afua Kubiti, our amiable host, and all the presenters here present. I've learned a lot. My knowledge base has increased, and I'm very, very grateful. I'm sure all our listeners are having a swell time learning a thing or two, or relearning, as we say. Once again, you're welcome to the Symposium for 2025. We're creating awareness through mainly our lived experiences and our professional experiences as well. So, as I said before, I'm a community optometrist, and how I came into autism world is because of my lived experience with both of our children. And now I'm not just I see the world in a different light. So today we're going to be talking about the impact of an uncorrected refractive error on autistic spectrum condition. I call it condition, not a disorder, and that's not by accident because it is something that can be worked on. It is a condition that can be managed. So it gives us a more positive outlook to it if we use that word. As you can tell, the world of vision and the world of autism, they're very, very linked. And I've been practicing optometry since 2007. That's over 17 years now. And autism has autism was not a major part of our curriculum. So we had to learn it on the go. And I practically had to stumble into it when when my daughter was diagnosed in 2022 and our son was diagnosed in 2024. So my experience has kind of exposed me to this world and has made me a bit more empathetic in my consulting room, in my daily life, and in advocating for parents with children with autism and other special or additional needs as well. I'd like to also point out that with regards to the vision, there's a lot of link, there's a lot of how will I put the connection between how we see the world and how we experience it, especially with children with autism. There's already sensory overload. What they see and how they respond to what they see is very different from neurotypical children because seeing is clearly a game changer, literally. I'll go to the next slide. So there's global statistics. There's an estimate of 153 million people who are visually impaired due to uncorrected refractive error, and there are 8 million of them that are blind because of it. And this includes distance vision impairment in 161 million people, and near vision even more. So this is according to International Agency for, yeah. So continuing with this, there's visual comorbidities are relatively common among children or individuals living with autism. As you can see, the statistic, this probably not the most recent one. So between 20 and 44% of children living or individuals living with ASD have visually significant refractive error. One third of them have strabismus, which is not commonly reported because some people, when they see that children have a distorted way of seeing, or if their visual axis is not as straight as every other person's one looks, they tend to feel stigmatized and they would hide it instead of report it, as one of the presenters said. We need to observe and report. In the country where we are, there's early intervention. From when the child is born, all these things are checked. From when they are born to when they go to primary school, all these things are checked by professionals. But in countries where these are not the norm, it can be easily missed and it can be easily hidden due to lack of access to um, primary care. So in addition, autism spectrum condition is 30 times more common in children with congenital blindness. So these are high statistics, and it's worrying. It's something we need to be looking into closely. Next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of vision, the importance cannot be overemphasized. This is my daughter's craft and her passion. With the way she interacts with her world, it's very, very personal. She's pre-verbal, by the way. She uses her words when she wants to, and she can just surprise you with a full sentence. So we've been doing a lot. We didn't start like this. We started with no eye contact when she was diagnosed. We started with, lots of poor social skills, many, many challenging behaviors. Well, we've come a long way, but this is progress. So now she's moved from being interested in coloring to drawing with single colors, and now she's drawing with multiple colors. This craft here is a craft she made herself from scratch. So one of the things I do, I encourage play-based learning. If a child cannot see clearly, there's a very high chance that they're not going to be interested in what you're showing them or what you're telling them. They're not going to be interested in their environment. A child with autism already is not interested in their in their extended world. Let me put it that way. They're more fixated in their space. So if a child is more fixated within arm's length, it's going to be a potential risk for um, short sightedness. They could even be short sighted without knowing because it's very hard to get them to be assessed because of how they present and how they would respond in the clinics and things like that. So with our daughter, she has been able to move from being fixated in within arm's length. As you can see, the park we went to, she's been trying to climb this frame for 2 years. Every time we go to this park, she would try, and she would give in. On this particular day, she climbed to the top and she spun around excitedly, happy that she made it. That's the power of vision. The power of vision can help them to aim high and look forward to achieving their goals. This cannot be overemphasized. Next slide, please. So these are examples of what she draws, and I had to get a sketch pad for her because I currently I'm into a Montessori education system where I learn to teach her how to expand her learning opportunities, expand her options and not just let her to be fixated at one interest and things like that. So this, to me, this is phenomenal. If the child has uncorrected refractive error, it's going to impact on how they can, go about living the fullness of their potential. Next slide, please. So autism and vision. It's a match made
Mhm.
in, well, I would say it's not in heaven, but it's right here. So autistic spectrum condition is like trying to assemble a puzzle and blindfolded while being attacked by some of these. It's chaotic. Have you ever tried to assemble a puzzle with your eyes open? Talk less of with your eyes closed. So it's a bit dramatic, but you have an idea what I'm talking about. Individuals with autism often experience sensory processing difficulties, including vision problems, and it can be really overwhelming for them. So bright light can be a trigger, low light can be a trigger. Why do I say that? So there were times when I would get this sensory light in my children's room, and it will trigger a behavior that is meant to be contrary to relaxing or
Mhm.
trying to get them into sleep. I had to stop it because it was more of a stimulant than a relaxant. So we
Mhm.
need observe our children, not because it's working for child A doesn't mean to work for child B. Thank you. Next slide. We're diving into the deeper part of this lecture. So refractive error and autism. What does it entail?
Oh, sorry.
No, no worries.
Oh.
I'll just see if I can open my slide and look at it. So the refractive error and autism connection is like peanut butter and jelly. It's not in a good way. They don't mix. It it's there's high prevalence of refractive errors in individuals with autism because who needs clear vision anyway? It's it's a world, it's a different world. So uncorrected refractive errors can also exacerbate autism symptoms, which makes it more destabilizing for the individual. They're already struggling to fit in. So when there's uncorrected refractive error, it just makes their symptoms worse. You get more challenging behaviors. And most times they feel they're not being understood. They feel they're not being supported. And it's even worse if they can't express themselves verbally. There's difficulty in interacting socially. Say, for instance, they're invited to a party, which is very rare anyway. Most times, children with autism are not invited to parties because of
Mhm.
disruptions they seem to present with, or the chaos that comes with them not fitting in. So
Mhm.
imagine now the child cannot see properly in that kind of setting. It's going to be more worrying. Just imagine you're in a room and you can't see where you're going properly. You can't even see the faces of the people talking and laughing and making all the noise that is already triggering another um, behavior problem or even instability. So it's chaotic. You can see what I mean by peanut butter and jelly. They don't mix. They're not friends at all.
Mhm.
So next slide, please. Effects of sensory effect on sensory processing. So when sensory processing is when the world is just too much. Like all their senses are taking in information and the brain cannot just cope. So when there's uncorrected refractive error, it can make sensory processing even more challenging for individuals, as I described earlier on, like when they go for a party. So imagine trying to filter out all the distracting visual stimulus or stimuli while being attacked by some of these. So some of these here will be all the information coming in via the different senses. It's just when you now add the visual discomfort and fatigue, it's just gonna be another kettle of fish. So it affects sleep, it affects their ability to take in information and even respond to information that is being given. So sensory overload is real and it's very, very destabilizing, and it can lead to a high level of dysregulation among individuals living with autism. And this can increase anxiety and stress. You can just picture an individual trying to take in information, not just not just from the five senses, because they also have the proprioception sense, the vestibular one, and it, it's a lot for someone already struggling with life, already struggling with their environment, and getting, being in tune with their inward person. Next slide, please. So when there's uncorrected refractive error, it does not just impact on our daily life. It impacts on the personality of the person. It can even affect self-confidence. It can make them to be easily preyed on. The next slide, please. So when simple tasks become epic quest, it's another world. So there's difficulty in daily activities such as reading, writing, and literacy skills just become something that will be an add-on. It's not gonna be something they will easily want to go for. That's why I'm surprised when parents try to force children like this who's already struggling to live, to want to enforce that, oh, you must read, you must say this. Let them go at their pace. I remember when I started with my son, we started with just 5 minutes a day to read, and we carried on like that. Today he's an avid reader. He's 8 years old and he's an avid reader. Or with my daughter, when I tried to do that same method with her, she wasn't just interested. She wants to do her thing, she wants to do it. And so we re-strategized. We started going to the library every week, once a week, read to her, got her an MP3 player, we put in stories, books, and things like that to help her to build her listening. So she does more listening now than watching screen, because we've had to redirect her focus. We've had to re-strategize. Though she's not where we want her to be, but she has come a long way. She may not be an avid reader now, but we are in that process. She's beginning to read. She's beginning to show interest in books. So starting with their passion, making sure they can see, making sure the prints you're presenting, the task you're presenting, is something they can easily see. And how will you know they can see it or not see it? You will see in their behavior. You will see in the way they respond. Most importantly, they need to have their eyes checked. If they're not able to have their eyes checked in the community, they should go to the specialist level, which is in this part of the country is the hospital setting that are more equipped to test children with autism or one or other special conditions. So the next one is, sorry, 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So trouble with social interaction, which we mentioned before, and increased risk of accident and injuries. Sometimes you see children just bumping into poles or bumping into doors or bumping into the corners of the wall, and before you know it, they're having cuts, they're having unnecessary accident, and you're wondering, did you not see it? Did you not see the door? Why did you bump into the door? And sometimes we even blame these children for doing this and thinking they're doing it on purpose. It's just like saying a driver just deliberately just go and hit the next person. You could just be short sighted.
Mhm.
And they'll be like, oh, I just live 4 blocks away. I don't need glasses. No. If you're not seeing the next plate number, you need to have your eyes checked and you need to have the right form of visual aid. So, but our children, they don't know the way to the optician. They don't know the way to the optometrist or the ophthalmologist. They depend on us. They depend on all the caregivers to help them access this so that we can reduce accident risk. We can reduce self-esteem problems. We can increase their social interaction and build healthier relationships, not just with people, but with their immediate environment. Next slide, please. The diagnosis and treatment. We talked about, I just mentioned about early intervention. So there's nothing like assuming your child can see. And there's nothing like there's not we don't have to assume that, oh, they're too little to even need glasses. I know they cannot really see the TV. They like to sit right in front of the TV, or they like to bring their tablet really up close, and they're just children. Maybe when they get to 10 years old, I'll take them for an eye test. It is not advisable. Early intervention is key. Simple things we can start with before the other interventions. Start with protecting their eyes from sunlight. Get sunglasses, but before you get sunglasses, you have to be sure that they don't have they don't have uncorrected refractive errors. Because if a child or an individual already has short sightedness and you put glasses in front of the eye, what's going to happen? It's going to reduce their depth of focus. It's going to make them even their vision even more blurry. So we need to get them checked, get them assessed, and also don't assume that the fact that they were tested when they were born by the ophthalmologist that would usually come and check, and just assume they're okay. They don't need any form of support, and just leave them the way they are. We need to be proactive about this thing. Next slide, please. So, diagnosis and treatment again. The comprehensive eye test can diagnose refractive errors in individuals with autism. We don't usually go through the normal route when we're testing children with autism. We have to be specific, we have to be creative. If not, sometimes they will be standing for the eye test to happen. Sometimes it's not the first day you come with them to the eye clinic that they would have their eyes tested. The first day could just be an acclimatization visit. And
Mhm.
sometimes the parents getting all upset, oh, don't touch this, don't touch that. In my consulting room, I'll be like, it's okay, it's a new environment. They're just trying to get used to my space. So we give them things like coloring book or pictures, things to just make them feel like they're in a playroom. So we get to talk about what they like, what they do not like, and make the test all about them before we go into why they have come to see us. So it's very important we make the appointment that we book specific. So when you're booking the appointment, you're going to let them know my child has a diagnosis of autism. Why are we telling them? We need to let the optometrist know that we're going to need more time. This visit may not give us our desired outcome, but this is what it is right now. They're not able to read letters, they're not able to communicate back and forth. So we the optometrist has an idea of what objective test they're going to be doing on the day of the child's arrival, and how to modify the process, like to not be traumatic for them, and they want to look forward to the next visit, because it's not going to be a one-off. So every child under the age of 16 should have at least one eye test, as once a once a year sight test. If the situation does not require yearly eye test, sometimes at certain age we would say, okay, let's make it 2 years in this country. But in some countries, it's strictly yearly, and it also depends on their corporation and on the level of their prescription. So most times we give eyeglasses or contact lenses. So same as it's also called spectacles. We also recommend vision therapy, like in cases of behavioral optometry. So there's a lot of options. Not everyone would need to wear glasses. Some people will need corrective surgeries, like in the case of strabismus. So some people will need regular visits to strengthen their muscles, like orthotic services. So if we don't have them assessed, we're not going to know what exactly they need to support them to live to their full potential, autism or no autism. Next slide, please. So the importance of early intervention cannot be overemphasized. We cannot do without um, lauding this at all. So early detection is better. Uncorrected refractive error is better detected earlier than later. Like everything, early intervention is key. Even with just like behavior, early intervention is key. Sometimes they may not even wear the glasses the first month, but we just keep encouraging them. We may use social stories to encourage them. We have to change the frame to a different type. They like Paw Patrol glasses. It's Paw Patrol. It's not the one mommy likes. It has to be the one the child likes. So, so early intervention and treatment of refractive error can significantly improve outcome of the individuals living with autism. So if treatment can be delayed, delayed treatment can lead to increased severity. So it can even lead to a condition called amblyopia. So we don't want the condition of that it leads to become worse. We want it to be tracked early and treated early. So we also want to reduce. So delayed treatment can also reduce response to treatment. So say for instance, a child needed to have started wearing glasses in the age of 3 or 4, of they're detecting it at the age of 7 or 8. So the formative, the plasticity of their vision cells would have, reduced, and at some point the muscles would have gotten to the point where, if in the case of strabismus, muscles would have gotten to the point where they can't really help the child as much as they want to. So some corrective surgeries have to be done before the age of 7. Once you pass the age of 7, the prognosis becomes very, very poor. And then the options are lesser and lesser. Next slide, please. So challenges and barriers, because life wasn't already complicated enough. So there's limited comprehensive eye exams in most places. But thankfully in the UK, it's given to us as a necessity. So it's government sponsored, so parents don't have an excuse. So it depends on where you live, in the part of the world where you live. If you have to spend, some people will have to prioritize something else, some other family needs to an eye test that needs to be given to a child. It's good for us to start changing our mindset and have a shift in how we do these things. Also, lack of awareness among healthcare providers and educators can be a big barrier. Next slide, please. So future direction. What's the bright side? Further research is needed to investigate the relationship between refractive error and autism. And we also want to develop effective treatment strategies, because who needs effective treatment anyway? So we all do, to be honest. So the people living with autism, life is already hard enough for them. Anything we can do to make it less stressful, less sensory overloaded, there's, for lack of a better word, we need to be doing this. So raising awareness among healthcare practitioners, even from the training level, that's university level or other institutions where practitioners are being groomed or being trained. We need to make it a good part of our curriculum, so that we're well equipped to support individuals living with autism. Next slide, please. So we're coming to the end of this lecture, and the impact of uncorrected refractive error on autism. It can be a very it's can have a very significant impact on individuals living with autism. As I've already given some examples in my earlier conversation, and we can make a difference by just booking an eye test. Check your environment, check your neighborhood. Where's the nearest optometrist I can see? Who is the nearest primary eye care practitioner in my area? And if they're not able to help, where's my next stop? Just keep going, keep asking until you get help. Early detection and treatment are crucial to improving outcomes and reducing the severity of the symptoms. And before I go to the next slide, I also want to point out that uncorrected refractive error is not friendly. It can lead to blindness. And when a child is blind, it makes their opportunities even more restricted and their world more enclosed. No parent wants that for their child. If a simple eye test can even detect tumor in the brain, a simple eye test can detect type 1 diabetes, a simple eye test can stop a child from losing a, a very important part of their childhood. Why would we want to deny them of that opportunity? So we have a chance to help our children, not just our children, everyone in our sphere of influence living with autism or any form of additional needs or the other. We have the duty of care to support these ones by just signposting them. Get your eyes tested. Next slide, please.
All
So,
right.
so if you
Yeah,
have
these
any
are,
questions here for you,
yeah.
thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Joy. We are, because of time, we are supposed to leave at 2:30, but look at us. It's 3:30. It's an hour over. We still have two amazing presenters here that we are all looking for. So we will go ahead with the presentation, and after that, we will take the questions if that's okay. So now we're gonna go to Dr. Nanecha. You are going to be presenting to us on food, and I know everybody's ready to hear you as well. So please go ahead. I think we just took a break, so we should be good. I still have to upload the. Give me 1 second, guys. I
Yes,
have to
one more
upload that.
slide.
Yeah, let's just do this while I pull up PowerPoint for Dr.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We could go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. We all a part of God's great big family. And the truth, you know, love is all we need. Beyond the world, beyond the children, beyond the ones who make it brighter every day. So let's start giving.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Go ahead, Dr. Nanecha. The ball is in your court now. And to all
Yeah.
our listeners, thank you so much. I just want to say something. They're still with us here. We thank you for your time. Just bear with us. We are almost there, and we get to even do the best part of it, which is the panel discussion.
Yeah. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to thank my colleagues for sharing such important insights about autism. and the challenges we face as parents. And what I would like to do now is to talk about the next piece of the puzzle, which is how we can help ease some of these challenges through nutrition, gut health, and medical support. Yeah, so with that in mind, let's just start with something very foundational, which is nutrition. So nutrition plays a bigger role in our kids' health and behavior than we often realize. And for many autistic children, it can be a game changer. And let's take a look at why nutrition really matters. So more and more research is exploring how what our kids eat might actually influence the way they feel, behave, respond to the world around them. And a number of dietary strategies have been investigated. So I'm sure we are very familiar with the gluten-free diet, the casein-free diet, ketogenic diets, and also supplementation with vitamins and also omega-3 fatty acids. And we are also seeing a growing interest in the use of probiotics, prebiotics, and also postbiotics. And what ties all these together is the idea of the gut-brain axis. I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with that term. And I'll touch on that briefly in my next slide. And because it's helpful to understand why the gut even matters in the first place, we would have to definitely look at why this gut-brain axis is important. So our brain and our gut are actually in a constant communication, and it's a kind of like a two-way street involving our nervous system, the digestive system, and also trillions of bacteria that live in our gut. And so if you put all this together, we term it together the gut-brain microbiome axis. And so for children with autism, this connection can be especially important. And many of our kids experience both behavioral challenges, which our previous presenters talked about, and they also have a lot of GI symptoms. And research suggests that these might be more connected than we once thought. So when there is an imbalance in these gut bacteria, which we term dysbiosis, or when the gut lining becomes more permeable, which shouldn't happen in a normal condition, often referred to as a leaky gut, you can have harmful substances that pass into the bloodstream and potentially reach the brain. And this can disrupt how neurotransmitters work and may contribute to things like difficulty with social interaction, sensory issues, repetitive behaviors, and also mood changes. And the good news is that this gives us a window of opportunity. And so by improving gut health through things like diet, probiotics, prebiotics, or even eliminating certain diets, certain foods from our diet, we may be able to support both the body and the brain in a meaningful way, which is a big thing in kids with autism. So the thought is, if we can support and improve gut health, it may actually help improve neurological function and behaviors that are often challenging in autism. So let's take a closer look at some of these interventions and what the science says so far. So I will start with something. I'm going to start with a gluten-free diet, and after talk about casein-free diet, and in some cases I'm going to combine the gluten-free and casein-free diet, and also I'll look at other diets like adding omega-3 to supplement and also vitamins. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to talk about the keto diet, even though it's captured right here. So looking at diet intervention, so for now, I'm going to focus on the gluten-free, casein-free diet. And a recent meta-analysis, so taking different researchers from different places, they pulled together about 8 randomized control trials with nearly 300 participants. So Mostly they were boys, which lines up with what we know about autism being more common in males. And so 5 of these studies looked at a gluten-free, casein-free diet, and 3 focused just on gluten-free diet. And these trials spanned across multiple countries. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go into that. And the researchers assessed a broad range of autism-related symptoms, so social skills, communication, repetitive behaviors, cognition, and also gut health and overall safety. And it really shows that diet is being seriously explored as a potential way to support kids with autism. And so in my next slide, I'm going to talk about what the results looks like. So like overall, the results were quite encouraging. So there was a statistically significant improvement in stereotypical behaviors, so like repetitive movements. However, the same study that talks about this improvement in stereotypical behaviors didn't find significant changes when it came to communication and social interaction skills, which is very important to keep in mind. And also for gut-related symptoms, the findings were mixed. One study reported clear improvements in the group that followed a gluten-free diet, while another didn't see much change in things like abdominal pain or constipation. So it seems like this area really varies from child to child. And some children benefit from this, others don't. So now when it comes to safety, only a few studies looked at side effects, but across those that did, there weren't significant differences between diet groups and the control group. So if you want to try it for your child with the help of an expert, safety shouldn't be too much of a concern. And few of the kids reported things like stomach aches, irregular bowel movements, changes in appetite. But it is worth noting that the participants in the control group also complained about some of these problems. And so we couldn't link these reported issues with the actual diet. So what does all this mean? It suggests that while the gluten-free and casein-free diet may help with certain behaviors in some kids, it's not a guarantee solution for everyone, and it may not work the same way for everyone. So I'll move ahead and look at omega-3. So I know a lot of parents are also exploring supplementing their kids' diet with omega-3. And a recent systematic review pulled together findings from 20 high quality studies that looked at how these nutrients might impact autism symptoms. And these studies were pretty robust, and they were randomized, double-blind, or open clinical trials, and they included nearly 1,000 participants, and all the participants were autistic, and the age range was quite wide, so it ranged from toddlers to adults, and conducted in 12 different countries, and the duration was 6 weeks, and for some it was up to a year, so it gives us a very good idea for long-term exposure. And the outcomes they had looked quite comprehensive. So they looked at social skills, behavior, speech, and also they looked at some changes in biomarkers, which I'm not going to cover in this presentation. So what did the results actually say? Like, what did they find? I'll explain more in my next slide about what the results says. So the results was a mixed bag, if I should put it that way, but with some promising signs. So out of the studies that used social responsive skills, so I know most of us are familiar with some of these skills because they are used in autism. So some of them use different skills. 4 out of 8 found significant improvement in things like social perception, communication, motivation, and overall autism-related behaviors. And when it came to studies using the autism behavioral checklist, 6 out of the 12 showed meaningful improvement in social functioning, while the other half didn't see significant changes. Only one study looked specifically at speech function with omega-3, and that didn't show a noticeable difference. The good news, well, across the board, no major safety concerns were reported. So it's not something that can harm our child. And it's quite reassuring for families thinking about trying these supplements under medical guidance, of course. And so overall, there is potential when it comes to omega-3, but it's not guaranteed for everyone, and results can vary. And this is a reason why you don't have to always compare your child with another child in terms of what they are doing and how they are progressing. So let's take a quick look at micronutrients. So there are a lot of studies that have looked at the potential role of supporting kids with autism using micronutrients. So I'm going to start with vitamin A. So 2 studies found that vitamin A supplementation significantly improved autism symptoms. One study showed that weekly vitamin A supplements increased the blood levels of vitamin A, and it's correlated with social responsiveness. And another vitamin D, has also been studied extensively, and it has been studied on its own, like as just a single vitamin, and sometimes it has been used in combination with omega-3. So 2 studies found that the combination of using omega-3 and vitamin D could help reduce hyperactivity, irritability, and improve overall autism symptoms. And one important thing to note is that in these trials, they have different ways in which they check for some of these improvements. And using certain skills, they see improvement. But when you use other skills, like in this case, using the CRS and the ATC skills, they saw some improvement. But using the ABC skill, they didn't see any improvement for the same set of results. So it's a mixed result depending on how the outcome is measured. And most researchers would want positive outcomes. So they normally will gravitate towards what gives them a positive outcome, but it's worth mentioning. And lastly, there is zinc. So one study looked at whether adding zinc could help with autism symptoms, and it found that supplemental zinc may actually boost cognitive and motor functions, which is really encouraging, especially for kids who might have deficiencies. So when it comes to zinc, I have a personal, I've used zinc, and I can say that for me, zinc really helped my kid, even with her sleep and her mood. So, and I did that in conjunction with her medical doctor because it was prescribed for her, and it worked really well. So again, while these aren't universal solutions, they do point to the growing importance of targeted nutrition in autism care. So far, we've seen that individual nutrients like vitamin A, D, and omega-3, zinc can offer some benefits. So what happens when you have like a multivitamin? Because when you go to the shop, yeah, you can definitely find a lot of these multivitamins on the shelf. So that is exactly what a clinical trial looked at, trial by Adams and his colleagues in 2022. So quite recent. And they gave children with autism a blend of vitamins and minerals and other things. And about 73% of parents rated the overall benefit as moderate, good, or great, which is a strong signal that a comprehensive nutritional strategy might be very helpful. And the researchers concluded that these combined supplements could lead to significant improvements in autistic symptoms. So this tells us that a holistic approach is very important. And of course, you always have to work on this with your child's physician. It's very important because sometimes giving too many of these minerals and vitamins can also be detrimental. So we have to be careful when I know back home in Ghana, it's easy to go to the drugstore and buy some of these multivitamin. So we just have to be careful that we are not overdosing the kids as well. So work with their physicians on that. So now that we have explored vitamins, minerals, and some of these essential fats, let's turn our attention to another exciting area, which is gut health. So probiotics, prebiotics, and postbiotics. And we've already touched on the brain-gut connection. And one of the most promising ways to support that link is through the use of probiotics and also prebiotics and postbiotics. So the probiotics are good bacteria that keep the gut in a balance, and the prebiotics are the food that feeds these good bacteria, and postbiotics are the byproduct, the helpful byproduct that these bacteria produce when they feed on the prebiotics. So these interventions focus on nurturing a good gut microbiome, which in turn may help with behavior, mood, and even GI symptoms in children with ASD, because sometimes some of these behaviors that we see are from maybe bloating or painful GI symptoms. So yeah, it's very important. So let's take a closer look at what the research says about how balancing gut bacteria might support the brain and behavior. So several small clinical trials have shown that probiotic supplementation may help reduce GI symptoms like constipation, bloating, and diarrhea. And some studies report improvements in irritability, hyperactivity, and social behavior, particularly with strains like lactobacillus and bifidobacterium. And these strains are they are bacteria that we find naturally living in a healthy gut. So it makes sense to have them as probiotics supplementing what we already have in our gut. So 2020 review found that probiotics were well tolerated and may provide modest behavioral benefits, especially when GI symptoms are present. So when there's bloating, when there's diarrhea, it can be beneficial. And prebiotics such as inulin and oligosaccharides may also promote the growth of healthy bacteria in the gut. And early studies show improvement in stool consistency and modest behavior benefits through through some of these researches. But I must say that we have to be very careful when it comes to probiotics. And a lot of the data out there are not robust enough as needed. And so I think there needs to be more research when it comes to probiotics and like even bigger clinical trials. So some research suggests that combining probiotics with dietary changes like a gluten-free diet, casein-free diet may lead to greater improvements in both GI and behavior symptoms than using just one intervention alone. And the area of postbiotics is quite new. It's not something which is already out there compared to like what you see when it comes to probiotics. You go to the stores and you can see a lot of probiotics on the shelf, but postbiotics are still a new area and research is still ongoing. But if you take postbiotics like short chain fatty acids, and theoretically we know they are supposed to help reduce inflammation and support neurodevelopment. And a lot of the studies that we have animal models, so using like rats in the lab, and there's a lot of potential that has been shown when it comes to like cognitive and behavioral benefits. But human trials, especially in children with autism, are still emerging. It's not very common. So finally, let's take a look at the use of medication. So while there's no medication today that can cure autism itself, There are a few that can help manage some of the tougher symptoms like irritability and aggression, self-injurious behavior. And currently, there are two medications, risperidone and aripiprazole, that have been officially approved for use by FDA, Health Canada. And I know in Europe, I think it's only risperidone. And they aren't meant to actually change the core traits of autism, but they can make it easier for some kids to cope, especially kids who are very aggressive and their day-to-day life is really hampered from some of these things. So at the same time, there there is some really exciting research on the horizon. So there's something like fecal microbiota transplantation. So as the name suggests, you just take uh, the fecal matter of like someone who is very healthy, and then it's screened, and then it's prepared into some kind of like a pill, and then it's taken in by a child who has autism. And it's something that has been done in other areas. So like people with C. difficile problems in their gut, it's something that has been tried before, but it comes with a lot of risks, especially if whatever you're giving to the person contains other things that you don't want to be there. It ends up causing more problems. So a lot of research is still needed. And then there's something also which is very new called neurofeedback. And I don't know much about it, but I've heard about it, and I think it uses something like brain waves. And from what I've read, it looks promising, but there is no clinical trial to actually say that it works. So it's still something which is in progress. And um, we still need more like a high quality studies to be sure, as I said, when it comes to these things. And we also need more personalized options, which I think from what is happening will be coming up. So next, let's take a closer look at the research when it comes to what the medication aripiprazole and risperidone say. So when it comes to treating irritability and challenging behaviors, both risperidone and aripiprazole have shown a strong research backing to them. And so I have summarized the results, and I'm just going to give you a summary of what it says in the next slide. So in clinical trials, risperidone reduced irritability symptoms by almost 57%, compared to just 14% in the control group. And about 70% of kids were rated as much or very much improved. Aripiprazole also showed solid results, significantly helping with irritability, hyperactivity, and repetitive behaviors. And multiple studies confirm it performs better than the control. And so, whilst this sounds too good to be true, there are some trade-offs, like serious trade-offs when it comes to using these medications. And the biggest one is weight gain. And it is a very common side effect. And you don't want to predispose your child to a lot of these like weight gain. It can lead to a lot of problems when they grow. Obesity can lead to so many problems. So risperidone users gained about 2.7 kilograms in just 8 weeks of starting the medication. And when it came to aripiprazole, I believe 26% of the kids saw weight increases over 10 weeks. So that said, aripiprazole may have a slightly more favorable side effect profile. At least I've heard the doctors say that they always will choose aripiprazole over risperidone to start and see how things go. And so the bottom line is both medications can be very helpful when managing very tough behaviors. And I think it's you should address medication with a lot of caution, unless the behavior is something that you can deal with. It has a lot of side effects, and it's better to always work in consultation with your healthcare provider. But these aren't cures, and because of the potential side effect, they are best used thoughtfully as part of a bigger individualized treatment plan that takes into account the child's specific needs and family goals. And so, key takeaway, just going to summarize this. So, gluten-free diets, I mentioned, it's the results are inconclusive. It benefits some kids, it doesn't benefit others. So more rigorous trials are needed. And when it comes to omega-3, it's also inconclusive. Some kids benefit, others don't. And when it comes to nutrient supplementation, a lot of the studies seem to suggest, especially when there's a deficiency, it helps a lot. And when it comes to probiotics and prebiotics, it has shown potential in a lot of kids, but other kids have also not benefited that much. And postbiotics is a newer research area. And for medication, like I just said, it's something that you have to work on with your physician because of the side effects that come with it. But it may help with aggression, irritability, and some other problems we encounter as parents in autism. And there are a lot of nice emerging treatment that are coming up. And so we'll see how things go. So practical tips for parents. I always advocate for personalized approach. So from all that we've seen, I think we can both agree, we can all agree that every child is different. Every child responds differently. And so as a parent, just track symptoms and always consult professionals if there is the need, and also start small, gradual dietary changes, replacing processed foods, and then also like monitor gut health. So addressing GI symptoms may improve sleep, mood, and energy levels, and also work with a professional to develop a comprehensive intervention plan. So in conclusion, there is no one-size-fits-all cure for autism, but a holistic approach, including nutrition, gut health, and medical treatment. And these can support the symptoms and also help manage for enhance the quality of life. And ongoing research is paving way for more personalized care strategies. So yeah, this is very exciting. So yeah, I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for your attention.
Oh my goodness, that's so much good information in such a short time. You were able to do it so well in such a short time. Thank you so much. We are going to go and take our last presentation, and then we will take a few more questions, and that will be it. We have stayed on it way over the time that we said we are going to do. But our next presenter is Dr. Amina. She has an exciting presentation for us, but this is her video, and please enjoy it while we pull the PowerPoint. This is part of her presentation, so enjoy this video.
On Health Watch tonight, virtual reality is helping some children with autism. Kids who are higher functioning often have above average intelligence but can struggle socially.
And Dr. Malcolm Marshall is here, of course. So what's this technology doing?
Video games. What kid doesn't like video games?
I still like video games.
No, we know all my kids do, but this is a creative and fun way to teach kids who may have problems with social interaction important social skills.
How much did you see?
Maddox Minx is using this virtual schoolyard to learn skills for the real world.
I just feel like it's the right thing to do.
The 12-year-old has high-functioning autism. Children like Maddox can be very intelligent, but have trouble when it comes to social interaction.
He loves to join, loves to get involved, wants to be a part of the game, part of what's going on, but he was unsure all the time exactly how to work in there.
A recent study at the Center for Brain Health in Dallas shows using virtual reality technology helps autistic children better understand emotions and intentions of others.
We really can simulate these different relationships that the students are dealing with, and it's real life. It evokes those same emotions.
Here, Maddox interacts with a classmate who wants to bully younger kids.
It kind of sounds mean.
Researchers give students instant feedback on how to respond in situations.
It's very important that they understand and that they learn the skills on how to stand up for yourself, on how to recognize if somebody's being a good friend or a not so good friend.
Maddox's father says the technology creates a safe space to learn.
Through the training, he was able to kind of better figure out where people were, how to read people a little better, and understand how to step into the situation.
He hopes this virtual reality experience will help his son make good choices in real life. As you can imagine, the Center for Brain Health wants to expand access to its virtual reality training and have students in other parts of the country go through the training remotely.
This is one of those examples where technology is actually helping kids interact as opposed to just being buried in the phone.
Exactly.
Very cool. Malika, thank you so much.
Ooh, that's amazing. Well, it's Dr. Amina's turn. This is the last presentation, and we will take questions. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening or good day. Some people are in the afternoon, some morning, or some evening. Good day, everyone. So my name is Amina Sani Adamu. I have a PhD in computer science, so I'll be taking you on technology and assistive innovations for autism. So next slide. So I think I don't have to go through this. We've gone through this before, so you can go to the next slide. So I'm so excited when Afo called me about the the virtual symposium. I was so excited because I chose the topic because it's one of the topic that I've done research on during my PhD. Actually, I did presented a paper on a software, a survey on software applications you use in therapy for autistic children in 2019. Then I wanted to do my research on
I'm sorry, are you able to hear Dr. Amina?
Hello?
Yes. Are you able to hear her?
Yes.
Okay, it's kind of glitchy on my end, so I'm not sure about the listeners. If you can hear her, audience, you could just put that in the chat for us. We want to make sure you all can hear her because this is such an important thing. Okay,
hello,
go
can
ahead.
you hear me now?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. So actually, I wanted to look into the area of using applications for autism therapy, but when I looked into the research, they have gone far, virtual reality, augmented reality. So, so I kind of diverted to looking into the diagnosis. So these are my research work that I've done. So you can go to the next slide because of time, so I don't have to go through it. This is the presentation outline. So we are going to look into this. Next slide. So assistive technology and AI innovations are transforming lives. Just as we have seen in the videos, children are learning social skills via the virtual reality games. So this presentation explores the diverse range of tools and technologies available for children that they can use for enhancing their social skills, communication, and the rest. So what is assistive technology? So it's any kind of device that can help in communication. This is an example. This is a device that a child can use to make a choice. We can see he can press the button and he chooses the quickie. So the main aim is to help the child to communicate. So this device is just helping the child to communicate his needs. So that's all what we need for the child to do. Just press and this is quickie. Want quickie? Yes, quickie. So we have a lot of devices for different to help the child in different ways. So next slide. So when you talk about technology, a lot of parents are scared of introducing technologies to their children. So I have to bring up some research work. This is a research that they did a comprehensive meta-analysis. The researchers evaluated 28 studies, and these are their findings. They find out that digital interventions have a statistically significantly large effect on enhancing social emotional skills compared with language and communication skills. So the results also shows that they have larger effect sizes in comparison to tablets. So children used more of the tablets than the smartphones and the rest. So the findings are just saying that the assistive and the technologies are helping the children in enhancing communication and their social skills. So they recommended the integration into the educational system and more of the resources for teaching the children. So we can go to the next slide. So another study conducted by a group of scientists in 2023. This is a recent study. They formed a questionnaire where the parents completed. The questionnaire was available for about 22 months. Parents completed. So they had 611 participants. 407 were children who have been diagnosed of autism, while 204 have other conditions such as Down syndrome, ADHD. Those are comorbids that children with autism have, but they don't have the autism. They have those in the those other participants that belong to the 204 group have no autism diagnosis. So these are their findings, and they exhibited a greater people with autism exhibited a greater use of technology than the other group, and the autism group was more likely to use technology for theoretical and recreational activities. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the graph. We have the graph there. Can you see the graph? So
Mm-hmm.
this graph is showing us how children with autism use technology more than the children in the other communities. If you can see, the purple represent children with autism diagnosis, and the gray scale represents the autism in children in the community, those that have no autism diagnosis. As you can see, children with autism use more of the technology than in all scenarios than children in the other community. So let's go to the next slide. So the questionnaire, there was a question on the questionnaire that said, overall, how does the technology impact your child's quality of life? So the parents were able to answer that children in the community have less impact on the technology more compared to the ones with autism. So the ones in autism have more quality. The technology has affected the lives of the ones on the autism spectrum more than the ones with that have no autism. And how does the technology impact your family's quality of life? When the parents were asked, how does technology impact the quality of life of the children? So children with autism have more, the ones in with autism, the ones with autism family they have seen more impact in the quality of life of the children compared those that don't have autism. So these are the papers that next. So you can go to the next one. So this is another study. This is a systematic review. The 94 studies were accessed. So technologies such as virtual reality, augmented reality, and serious game are effective in teaching conceptual, practical, social skills, as we have seen in the video. They also provide a comfortable environment that promotes constant learning for people with ASD. But they observed in the literature that game elements are a good way to engage users with learning and enhance the effectiveness of teaching approaches for people with ASD. But our findings show that there is a lack of evidence about the effect of the use of game elements in gamification. So, so they are saying that more research should be done on the use of gamification. So we can go skip the video. We have already seen the video.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, what is the importance of assistive technology? So these are the benefits. They provide educational support. They help in regulating the sensory, making the child more comfortable. Communication augmentation, as Dr. Sweeter said, they help in augment for the children that are non-verbal. They help them in communicating, give them more ways to communicate their needs. They help in social interaction enhancement. They help in the behavior management. They help in transitional planning, such as those apps that help with the tax management apps application and visual planners that help in transition planning so that the child will know what to do next and what to do after then. They make the child to be independent and learn life skills. So these are the benefits of using the. So we have the first we are going to look at is the assistive in these assistive technologies for communication. We have the AAC. The AAC devices, augmented and alternative communication devices. These are tools that support or replace verbal communication for individuals who have difficulty speaking. So you can go to the next slide so that I won't spend much time. So you can see these are the types. So there are two types of the AAC devices. We have the dedicated ones. Those are devices that are developed for augmentation of the augmented AAC. They are dedicated device for communication. That there are those that there are apps that are built so that you can install the apps on your tablets or smartphones. Those are the non-dedicated AAC devices. So we have this example. The Nova is a dedicated AAC device, offers touch chat app for customizable communication. We have the Toby high-end dedicated device with advanced communication capabilities. We have this Plot Go to Go app. This is an application, it's not really a dedicated device. The benefits are to enhance communication, which supports individuals with speech difficulties, and they are personalized. They can be personalized, can be tailored to individual needs and abilities. So depending on the child's level of understanding or the child's level of communication. So the accessibility, they are available in different forms to suit different users. So you can go to the next slide. So this additional resources, you can skip that. So we have the AAC device that are AI powered. You can go to the next one. So these are AI powered speech tools. The tools have revolutionized communication support for individuals with autism by offering personalized, interactive, and accessible solutions. These tools use advanced algorithms to analyze speech patterns, provide real-time feedback, and enhance speech therapy experience. So these are the examples. We have the LAMP Words for Life, offers customizable vocabularies and uses AI to analyze speech patterns, providing real-time feedback as the child is using it, and he chooses the picture and it gives the feedback. It says the word or says the action. So we have Avast converts gestures or symbols into speech, aiding non-verbal individuals with AI-based speech prediction. We have this Ostimos speech therapy. We used AI-powered speech recognition to help children practice speech, sounds, pronunciation in an interactive manner, usually used by speech therapists. And this, we have already mentioned that before. So the benefits too, they have the same benefits. Those are the other ones, just that they are real time. They have real time feedback, immediate corrections or encouragement, enhancing learning and engagement. They are interactive elements keep users motivated. The child will be motivated seeing the application giving back the response in real time. So we can go to the next. So we
Next.
have yes, next. These are
Okay.
additional resources. So we have the speech recognition software. Speech speech recognition software, also known as automatic speech recognition, is a technology that enables computers to recognize and convert spoken language into text. This technology has numerous applications, including dictation. So I couldn't find much example that's tailored specially for special needs, but I don't know if somebody can provide us with that. But I found some. So how speech recognition works: audio processing removes background, so feature extraction identifies distinct characteristics of sound and words. So language model predicts word sequence based on the context and probability. Decoding matches extracted features which are custom models to determine the most likely word sequence. Post-process refines the output by correcting errors and improving. So as the user is saying the words, it writes what the user is saying. So they recognize what the user is saying and So you can go to the next slide. So I couldn't find, these are the examples I could find. So you can go to the next one. So we have so the next we are going to look into is assistive technology. We've seen those used for communications. These are the AAC device. So this technology we are going to see are the assistive technologies for daily living. Most of our children challenges are communication and daily living, daily tasks, changing
Mhm.
routines, and the rest. So visual schedules and bots for autism. So visual schedules and bots are powerful tools used to support individuals with autism by providing a structured and predictable framework for daily activities. This is an example. The first 10 visual schedule is an application that you can use to help the child to know what to do next. Benefits of visual schedule: they enhance communication, they reduce anxiety, which is one of the issue with our kids. They don't know what will happen next. They begin to have meltdowns and the rest. Improved focus and attention, and it increase independence. If they know their routine, they can stay independently. When they wake up, they know it's to go to brush, from brushing, eat breakfast, do that, do that. So this is a very helpful application for daily living. So you can go to
Hmm.
the next. And so there are different, okay. There are different types. You can use the picture schedule, pictures showing the child the picture of what to do and what to do next after by arranging them. And you can use objects to make schedule. Then you can use the first then but. So implementing visual schedules, you can customize the visual schedule based on the child's needs, based on what the child difficulty is. So you can either choose your object pictures, you can use an electronic device, whichever suits your needs and whichever you have available. So involving the individual is very, very important. Engage in creating and managing the visual schedule. So you have to let him know that after this you take this out, you go to the next and rest. So you can also utilize the online tools that are available for creating the visual schedules. So you can go to the next slide. So we also have the task management systems. Let's go to the next slide. So go to the next slide. So task management systems are designed to help individuals know uh, with autism organize and complete tasks more effectively. This system often incorporate visual aids and structured routines. So the benefits are the enhanced organization. They provide a clear structure for daily tasks, helping individuals understand what needs to be done and when. Secondly, they increase
Oh,
independence too.
did I
So
go too
the
fast?
I'm still explaining the tax management. So they
Okay.
improve time management and reduce anxiety also. There are different types. We have the visual schedule, use images or symbols to sequence the tasks. You can use work system, structure system. So this is an example of an application that has tax manager. It can be done. I think this is a calendar, or you can do it. You can do for the day and the rest. So after this will be done after. This is, I think, for the day. So every tax is given the allocated time for it to be completed. So So you can go to the next. So we have the gamified. You can go to the next
Mhm.
because it's too late. So we have
Mhm.
the gamified learning platforms, as we have seen the virtual reality video. So you can also design games that can help the individuals on the spectrum learn skills via video games, giving them rewards and the rest. So some of the examples I have found on the net are the nature pods and Lentra has. These are digital games that stimulate cognitive skills in autistic children through gamified literacy learning. So
Hmm.
they focus on social skills and emotional intelligence. So mostly these games are for individuals that are older, like maybe the older kids on the spectrum, not for, but the AAC, I think they can be used for the toddlers. So so what these are the challenges. So for future innovations, these are the future innovations that are coming out for children on the spectrum. We have the personalized learning platform, like the video we have seen, virtual reality video we've just watched. Um, Imagine a virtual classroom where students with ASD can explore historical events, practice social interactions. VR technology can help them rehearse real life scenarios, build confidence, and generate skills beyond the virtual room. We have the second one is the sensory regulation devices. These are the ones that I'm more interested in, because many of our children have issues with
Mhm.
sensory activity, such as hypersensitivity to light or sound or touch. So future innovations will focus on wearable devices that provide real-time feedback to regulate sensory input. For instance, devices that can
Okay.
level and deliver calming vibrations or soothing music, so that the child can just calm down whenever the band notices the stress level of the child is high. So it can just give the child a little bit music and to just let the child calms down. So we also have the smart textiles, like a smart blanket might automatically adjust its temperature or weight based on the user's stress level. So we have this social communication. The third innovation we are looking at is the social communication aids. Unders This future apps will use facial recognition to identify emotions in real time. For example, an app might analyze a person's expression during a conversation and provides a feedback like your friend seems happy, or try maintain telling the child to try maintaining an eye contact. So they give real time feedback. They will involve AI generated scripts that can guide the child through common scenarios, helping users navigate conversation, job interviews, or social outings. So we have the robots, assistive robots, and companion devices. Imagine a robot companion that understands non-verbal cues, respect personal space. So researchers are developing robots equipped with natural language processing and social learning capabilities. These robots can serve as companions, playmates, or even therapy assistants. So we
Hmm.
can even have the wearable social prompts, wearable devices. For instance, if someone is speaking too loudly, the device might vibrate as gentle reminder to modulate their voices. So the third one is the real-time brain monitoring and devices, brain computer interface. That's what they call them. They allow direct communication between the brain and external devices. Users can learn self-regulate their brain states, improving focus and emotional well-being. So this can be implemented in games and the rest. So these are the future innovations that are coming up. So we can go to the next. I think that's all. So, in conclusion, assistive technologies and AI innovations are pivotal in enhancing communication, learning, and daily living for individuals on autism spectrum. These tools offer personalized solutions, promoting independence and improving quality of life. So, that's my conclusion. So, next slide. So, so technology gives the quietest child a voice, the most isolated a connection, and the most understood a chance to be seen. So that's all for today.
Oh
So
my goodness. Woo,
my first
Lord.
time. I'm a little bit
I
anxious. This is my first
love I
but
love
I
that last slide. Listen, that's what I'm taking with me, and I hope everybody's taking that. Like, technology gives the quietest child a voice, the most isolated a connection, and the misunderstood a chance to be seen. My goodness, that is such a powerful statement, Dr. Ramatu. Thank you. I mean, Dr. Amina, thank you so
yeah.
much for that. I
Okay.
think that is a very good takeaway for everybody on this, and we look forward to it. I'm excited about the new innovations that are. When are they coming again?
I don't know. I think they are still on research. Like you can see the virtual reality, they are still on research. Before they bring it out, they have to do a lot of research and make sure that it doesn't give a negative impact to the society.
Right,
Yes.
right. And that sensory one will be it's gonna be amazing just because it's the hardest to deal with sensory issues, right?
Yes. And
So, oh my goodness, thank you so much, and thank you to all our listeners. I can't believe after almost 5 hours, we still have people looking at us and watching us, and people in the audience. This is so amazing. Thank you all so much. We have some amazing questions. We had 2 questions each for the presenters, but we will not do the two. We do one each. And then because no, we almost like 4.5 hours into this. This is amazing. But it just tells me that people are enjoying it. For them to still be here with us after almost 5 hours, I would never be on any Zoom call or any uh, social media platform for 5 hours. So it makes all of us happy. It makes the presenters happy. It makes me happy. It makes my co-host happy as well. So thank you, our amazing audience who are still with us at this point. So we have some amazing questions that you want to stay and benefit from. Again, we have 2 questions for each, but we are going to just do one. And hold on, let me pull the questions and I'll put it on the screen so everybody can also see. So we are starting with so Dr. Gloria had to excuse us because she had to attend to something. So we are starting with Dr. Ramatu, and Sweta is not here. She was the second presenter. She's not here. So we are going to go straight to Dr. Ramatu. Dr. Ramatu, your question is going to be on the screen. And if everybody can mute themselves if you're not talking, so we don't have feedback from your surroundings. Hold on 1 second. All right, so this is for Dr. Ramatu. So after all is said and done, what is that one thing you wish professionals understood about the challenge of managing behaviors at home, drawing from your experience as an expert and as a parent? Because managing behaviors at home is definitely not going to be the same as in the clinic settings when they are in therapy. What do you think we should know about this?
Yeah, the difficult part is the one thing. There are so many things to take note of. But in the interest of time, just the fact that the home environment, as much as we want to modify it, could be really inconsistent. You could have guests in the house, you could have the family moving, there could be a new baby in the house. So this is one thing I would like professionals to be mindful of when creating plans for behavior management, especially when as recommended the parents are involved. They know they've been taught, but it's different. Like when you do something in the clinic setting, you can predict everything, but the home, that is where the problem is. So they should be mindful in creating the plan and make adjustments to suit those nitty-gritty changes that could influence the environment and the circumstances at home for managing challenging behaviors.
That is so brief and so concise at the same time, very, very valuable. So thank you so much for that information, and I hope our audience did hear that.
The next question goes out to Dr. Nanecha. If could you please post the question?
It's right there.
Oh, okay. If a parent asks where to start with nutrition or gut health for their autistic individual, what would you tell them from your own experience?
Yeah. So from my own experience, I would tell them to start small, like introduce new foods gradually with small portions. And the second thing is to create a routine around mealtime. Be consistent. So for autistic kids, consistency is key, and it can help. And incorporate familiar foods, so use what they like as a bridge to introduce new foods, and then also adjust for sensory qualities. So I know we've tagged on that. Sensory is a big thing. So some kids will refuse food not because they don't like it, but because of the sensory nature, how it's presented to them. So provide choices and avoid giving them pressure. Present multiple options. So if you can, if you're giving them fruit, give them 2 or 3 options and let them choose from. And you have to remember every child is different, and engage in food play and exploration. So let them play with food. They don't have to eat it. They just have to interact with it, smell it, and do whatever they want to do with it. It's a very good first step. And as parents, we have to lead by example. So sit down with them for meal times, and then show enjoyment when you're trying new foods, when you're eating something. And the last thing is don't hesitate to seek professional help if you think mealtime is a significant challenge for you. So, yeah.
Okay. I have a personal follow-up question. I know you mentioned that you saw improvements with zinc by implementing zinc in your daily living. And I know that a lot of parents got that, and I'm just worried that many might go out and just buy zinc on their own. Could you give us some guidelines on how to properly take zinc without people overdosing or without people not going out to buy it on their own without consulting their doctors?
Yeah. So for me, personally, I got zinc referred to my child by a medical doctor.
Okay.
So she has a team
Okay.
that attend to her. So she has pediatricians, psychologists, and for me personally as a food scientist. So
Mm.
it's something that we did together. They did a multiple test. So we just didn't start with it. She did a lot of blood work
Okay.
to see what she's lacking. And then zinc was one of the main things that was way below what is normal. So it was recommended. So before you
Okay.
give your child any supplement, do blood work, see what he or she is lacking before you introduce, and seek medical help. Let a physician be the one reviewing the medical report and then telling you what to do. Don't just do it. You overdose and you end up causing more problems than what is already there. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the next question is Dr. Joy. I'm not sure her camera is off, so I'm not sure if she's still here with us. But I'm not aware that she's not here with us. So, okay, there you go. All right. So, your question, Dr. Joy, will be why is vision screening not a standard part of autism evaluation? Do you foresee this becoming the case in the near future? Because it looks like there's a higher chance that kids with autism might have what you call the refractive error. So why are they not, like, they will ask us to go and do like hearing screening? I remember doing that for my son. Why are they not asking for a vision screening? And do you think this is going to be the norm in the future?
You're muted.
We are not able to hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, lovely. As I said earlier on, it's just like the hearing, just like hearing test became a part of a vital part of autism screening. It's very, very possible that that will be looked into in the nearest future because of how linked vision is to the condition we're all addressing here. It's
Okay.
it's a very important part of screening. So if you look at the situation, eye contact is one of the things, one of the symptoms that children present with. So it's possible that they could just be looking at you and not even seeing,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and you don't know that until they are screened. So there's limited awareness, which is
Mm-hmm.
also part of the barrier um, our professionals are facing. So if there's lack of awareness, they want to invest in a lot of strategic training for our professionals. And the complexity of vision in autism is multifaceted. You know, it's involved does not involve only visual acuity, but visual processing as well, eye tracking, sensory integration, and a lot of it. So we want to also look at other aspects of the complexity of the of vision and how it impacts on autistic individuals. So we also want to do a lot of collaboration because we not there's no one size fits all. We want to involve other practitioners in different at different levels of healthcare delivery. So research is will continue to progress in this area, and we are very positive that it will become an integral part of autism evaluation with growing awareness, interdisciplinary collaboration. You know, screening protocols can be, adopted to push this narrative to allow more effective interventions and support in this area. That's my
Thank
take.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, this next question is for Dr. Amina. How has technology made life easier for your family? And what advice would you give to parents who are exploring this avenue?
Okay. Okay, actually, I have used technology not for maybe daily living or something. I use the technology for learning. He used the technology for learning the alphabet, learning words, and the rest. So it has helped the child. But then he was little bit younger, so and he's a little bit aggressive. So I will advise parents that when they are introducing, they should consider the child's age and the behavior pattern of the child. For my child that was aggressive, sometimes when he takes the tab and he noticed that the battery is down, so he will just smash, so he destroys the item. So they should, when they are given the child, so they should be monitor the child, they should be close to the child so that the child will not be destroying the items. And maybe they should consider the age. So if there's a tab, so that can be done for a child, for a younger child with supervision. And maybe for the older ones, they can give them a desktop instead of having maybe a laptop, because I think desktop are less fragile than the laptops. So that's my advice.
Amazing. Thank you. So we are wrapping up, everybody. This is the question, and everybody can actually come in because at the end of the day, what are we looking for? Why are we doing this to educate, people? The goal is that we want to see changes. We really want to see the society change over time so that when we are not then in the future, we are not so scared of how the society is going to see our kids or treat our kids, right? So this is a question for experts here. um Wrapping up, what would an autism mindful, an autism thriving community look like? And I can give you an example from a social worker's perspective. What I would say is, an autism mindful community, or what I want to see, or what I will call an autism mindful community or society, is a society that I do not have to ever explain my son's behavior to anybody out there when we step out. That is how I see it looking like. That is what will be enough for me, or that's what I would say, okay, we are arriving, kind of thing. So what would that look like for you in your various disciplines? So anybody can go with this because everybody will just respond to it. It can be one word, phrase, sentence, and things like
Yes. So for me, autism mindful or autism thriving community would be a community that are empowered with necessary behavior management skills so that they can de-escalate our kids when they are out in the community, probably stressed by some triggers, and be able, especially like the law enforcement agencies and just your day-to-day people you meet, that if people are empowered and knowledgeable about strategies, then they wouldn't see it as a truancy. Rather, they would see it as a way of communication, accepting and understanding that whatever the child is exhibiting is a communication, and what can we do to de-escalate and keep them safe. So that is what I would love to see in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody can go on.
Yeah. So for me, I think I would want to see a world where differences are honored. So in autistic children, they obviously have differences. So I want to see their differences being honored, and then I want to see a world where they belong. Like everyone has to belong. So yeah, that's it for me.
All right. Who will take it on?
Okay, for me, is as they all said, is inclusion. So I don't want to see my child being seen as somebody that is different, and maybe the schools, the schools, hospitals, public places, there should be awareness. They should know that people with such conditions are coming, and they should provide facilities for children with autism. For example, sometimes my child doesn't can't use the toilet that doesn't have WC. Here in Nigeria, sometimes when we travel, you are traveling on the road and you can't find restrooms that have WCs, and it's a challenge for me. Sometimes we look. Most of them are squat toilets. So I think that should be inclusion. Like they should consider that there are individuals that are different, and that should be inclusion.
Absolutely. So
I would
Bernice
say,
and Dr. Joy.
I would say, for there to be proper resources to
Yeah.
help them succeed, to the point where, regardless of their level of ability, where they can live up to their full potential, whatever it may be, just proper resources to help them gain the ability to live either independently or semi-independently, and not be written off just because of some, yeah, not be written off by people in society. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Joy, that's you, the last one here.
Okay. For me, it's just like everyone has said, it should be a world of where inclusion is key, and where there's flexibility and adaptability with regards to facilities, like one of our presenters just mentioned. Making the making common places adaptable and to suit the individual living with autism, not just generalizing facilities just because that's what's obtainable in the neurotypical world. So when policies are being made, when constructions are being made, when strategies are being implemented, they should bear in mind the needs of an autistic individual, an autistic child, an autistic adult, when implementation is going on. So apart from increased inclusion, it's going to lead to improved mental health for these people, and a better world. Just a little kindness can go a long way when it comes to inclusion and making the world a better place for people already struggling to get their voice out there if they have one. So whichever way they're going to extend this voice out, be it through an AAC device, be it through behavior, be it through writing or drawing or art and craft, let the world be able to hear them the way they are saying it, and not judge them for not doing it the way others expect them to do it. Yeah, that's the
Absolutely.
thank you.
Absolutely. So we are all kind of looking for a shift in what society called norm now, right? We are looking for a shift there to where it will benefit our kids, that they will expand whatever they call whatever is called normal should be expanded to include our kids, period. Right? Our kids
Absolutely.
should be called normal too. Hmm.
Mhm.
Anyway, that's it for today. So again, thank everybody. Thank our amazing audience who are still watching. It's still people watching. It's amazing. But thank you all. I know some questions we weren't able to answer all the questions. I saw questions later on, even with behaviors, Dr. Ramatu. The good thing is that we still have access to these presenters. So if there was a specific question that you asked that we didn't get to it, please, you can always email me or text me, or just reach out to me to Autism Wonder through Autism Wonders Facebook page, and I will respond. I'm the one that handled that Facebook page. So thank you once again, and we are so excited to bring this to a successful end. All right, so our presenters, hold on one second while I end the streaming.
Welcome to the 2025 Virtual Autism Symposium in honor of World Autism Awareness Month, brought to you by Autism Wonders and our value partners. Join us live on April 26th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, as we dive into uniting perspective and bridging knowledge with live experience. This multidisciplinary dialogue brings together global experts from Ghana, Nigeria, the U.S., India, the U.K., and Canada, many of whom are also parents of autistic children, to discuss the latest advancement and ongoing challenges in autism care. Don't miss this insightful event stream across Autism Wonders social media platforms and those of our partners.